Okay, let's see. How about now? Can you actually hear me now? That might be an improvement. This was not one of the times I thought to actually check whether the mic was actually connected. Uh, yes, that would be awesome. I could attempt to do a whole stream with no volume. That would be very interesting. Um, Although there are some Sudoku terms where I feel like miming them could get me demonetized on YouTube, but anyway, welcome everyone. I was starting to name the people who I'd seen in chat. Welcome to Woofers. By the way, both Woofers and Josh Johnson had puzzles featured on the channel, which were both excellent, so I'm happy to see that. I was sad I did not get to do the Woofers. I think Simon says wooferzfg, which I'm pretty convinced is just making up syllables to add at the end. But sad I didn't get to do that one, but I saw Ranksk do the river, and that was an amazing puzzle by you and Jacob. I really liked that one, and then I was really excited to see the Josh Johnson puzzle. So congrats on your debut on cracking the cryptic. I hope and expect there will be many more. But let's see. Hey, Eleventicles and Jay and Ambrose and SPQ, Given Goals. Let's see. Tallcat I saw hanging out earlier. Let's see. Codec is there. Yora, welcome, Yora. Let's see. Yeah, so I got a wide assortment of people. Megalam or Xenetics. More crabs. Did I say more crabs? I might now at this point be saying this. Yeah, welcome to Totally Normal Cat / Insanity Cat as well. Although I feel like Totally Normal Cat and Insanity Cat are somewhat opposites in terms of the description. But anyway, welcome to also Nickel and Andrew. So great to have everyone here. Let's see. Alrighty. I mean, I didn't submit my last feature to TCT. It just came up. CTC? Anyway, speaking of CTC, we're going to start with the Phistomefel puzzle because I saw that it was posted and Simon hasn't done it yet. And it's not all that often I get to do a Phistomefel puzzle before Simon does, so I'm going to take advantage of that. But first, I wanted to say thank you to all of our subscribers. We recently hit 1,000 subscribers, which means we get a whole bunch of new stuff. Now, some of that stuff is less exciting for you, like the fact that I can run ads now. That's probably less exciting for you. But it does provide incentive for me to keep doing this. But it also means that YouTube helps grow the channel and all of those sorts of things. So please do subscribe if you are new and you have not yet. It's very much appreciated. It provides good incentive for us to keep posting things. I am going to be gone the next week. However, we've set it up so that while I'm gone, we're going to post some solves from the stream from the long ago. So some of you in chat have been here the whole time, and so you may, I mean, if you've seen literally every moment of every stream before now, you may not find them to be new. But statistically, most of you were not subscribers back during those early streams, so I went back and pulled out some favorites so that you can at least have a little Zeta in your life. A new thing that is coming when we get back, in addition to the glorious 1,000 subscriber stream in which I'll be doing puzzles. If you would like to make a puzzle for the 1,000 sub stream, by all means do so, as long as you get it tested, as long as it's a new puzzle. We'll be happy to do it, although we might not do it that day because we may be getting more puzzles than we can do it a day, but that's okay. We'll do them over multiple streams. It'll be fun. But in addition to that, we'll also be unveiling memberships. So if you would like to become an official zetamath windmill, that will be an option to you starting next time. So we still have the Patreon. So if you want to support us on Patreon or prefer Patreon, we'll get you all the benefits that you would get from the YouTube membership, aside from emotes, which we can't get you. But we'll give more details about that in the coming however amount of time. But we'll unveil those next time. But I think at least some people will be excited by some of the membership benefits that we came up with. And we're looking into getting nice little emotes, all those cool, fun things. That'll be fun. Also, super chats are now available. So if you want to use super chats, that's another way. And thank you to all of you who've supported us through Super Chat so far. Very much appreciated. All right. I think that's enough blathering about administrative stuff. Uh, so I think we can start looking at the puzzle. Hey, Dale, welcome. So unusually for me, I actually read the rules in advance to try to think that I understood them. I don't know that I'm going to have succeeded, but I tried. So I'm going to show you this page and point out that you're not going to be able to see all of this page when I'm solving it. We'll be in this view where like it'll show a little tiny bit. But this page is always available to you in a link at the top. So if you want to read the expanded rules, and in particular, if you want to see this nice example that Phistomefel has provided, then you can click here. All right. So what's going on here? So we have to basically complete a 9x9 Sudoku while simultaneously shading some cells. And so you can think of it, it's called a yin-yang because you're supposed to think of it as shading some white and some black, but you can't really shade something white. So the tradition is usually to shade some things green and some things gray. So we'll do that. And so there's a couple constraints on the shading, and you can look at this example down here as I talk about the constraints. So we need every color to be completely connected. And we need a color to have no 2x2s of any one color. So neither the black nor the green can have a 2x2. Tallcat saying that Phistomefel says in the comments that he underestimated the difficulty. So this could be a lot of fun. That's possible. So maybe the reason why Simon did not do this puzzle today is that Simon attempted this puzzle and failed, which would be unfortunate. I seem to recall that it happened with one Phistomefel puzzle in the past, but anyway, so that is that's how that works. By the way, I'm going to pause to answer Derek's question. When you make an example grid, do you actually make it a solvable puzzle? The answer is almost always no, but occasionally I do. So it depends on what the point is. If the point is just this is an illustration of the rules, then I won't. Just like a picture to be provided. If the point is the logic in this is so bizarre that I'm going to give you a little tiny puzzle so that you can have absolutely some sense of where to start, then I'll give a version. And the way you can always tell in my puzzles is, do I give you a link to do the example, yes or no? Because if it's not solvable, I won't give you the link to the example. And so I'm assuming here from Phistomefel, the fact that Phistomefel includes a link to the example means that it probably is actually solvable. Now, often what happens is actually my example grid is often the first version of the puzzle I tried to set that I ended up not quite liking as much. And so if you look at like my examples in black and white or red and blue or some of my earlier puzzles with really weird rules, the example grids are literally puzzles that I set and then decided, I don't really like this. I'm going to do it again. I think the entire point is just to have a thing to point at while you read the rules, or look at while you read the rules. Okay, so we have Kropki dots, and this is the cool part about the rule. This is the new thing here that is nice and fancy. So the dots are Kropki dots. And so, first of all, a Kropki dot indicates something about the coloring, which is that the two things in a Kropki dot are always the same color. So in this case, you can see, for example, these two cells are both green, these two cells are both gray. So that's the first thing. So the dots, and then the really cool idea behind this puzzle is that the dots inherit the color of the region they're in, because they're all either entirely shaded or entirely unshaded. And so in the unshaded region, the dots tell you the digits are consecutive. And in the shaded region, the dots tell you that the two cells have a ratio of 1 to 2. Now, if there is no dot between two things, then, well, who knows? But we also have a negative constraint. And so the negative constraint says every possible dot is given. And so that means that if two cells are the same color, then if they're consecutive and not shaded, there's a white dot between them. And if they're both shaded and the ratio is 1 to 2, then there is a black dot between them. If there's not, then there's not. Okay. Yes, the shading must be connected. So yeah, the color. Yes, each color is connected. So both the shaded cells are connected and the unshaded cells are connected. And I don't think this one is going to turn out to be a joke. At least the example seems not to be a joke. Okay, so I think with that, I think we're ready to look at the grid. I think I have centered this in such a way that I don't need to move it or anything. I couldn't make the rules... I couldn't make the rules small enough that they could be read. But again, you have the link up there for the rules. But we have this. I thought, Florent, and you're welcome to tell me I'm wrong, I thought people would want as much grid as possible and not need anything else from me. And so I tried to give like the exact amount of room that I could get while still fitting on this. But if people would like me to try and fit the rules, there's a lot more rules that are currently hanging off the end. I can attempt to accommodate that. I can unzoom, but use the resize button. I don't seem to have a resize button. I don't see what's wrong with this. If there's something wrong with this, I can fix it. But anyway, let's start this. It's like up here somewhere is like a resize button. I'm gonna not mess with it for now because I spent a while getting this, but I'll remember that for next time because I do remember the person who made this beautiful app telling me to think about using the resize button, and then I completely forgot about using the resize button. All right, so where's the largest collection of cells that we know are all the same color? So I know, for example, I don't know whether it's shaded or unshaded. Oh, it's Florent. Got it. Sorry, I completely forgot about that. All right, so these are all shaded or all unshaded. I want to choose a neutral color like yellow. These are all shaded or all unshaded. Likewise with these. But neither of those really sort of like percolates into anything, right? I don't think so. Below row 3 in box 2. Oh, okay. Got it. Okay. So tallcat sees something right away, which is very clever. Okay. So I'm going to make this yellow because I have no earthly idea what color it actually is. That is, I don't know if it's shaded or unshaded. But as tallcat points out, I do know now this is a different color. So these are opposites. Because of because otherwise there would be a 2x2 rule violation, which is very cool. I like that a lot. The question is there anywhere else I can use it? I do notice there's this sort of like these two are connected, these two are connected, these two are connected kind of pattern around the outside. I'm trying to think if like knowing that this had to be, if I knew that these were black, then if I knew that these were black, then I know there were no 2s and 4s over here, but that doesn't seem to tell me a lot. I do see this 2 as being a given 2, but I don't know exactly what to make of that. People are talking about the checkerboard trick, and the checkerboard trick definitely applies. Actually, I don't think we know that things are connected to the border. I think we'll know we can use the checkerboard trick. No, the checkerboard trick definitely works. Okay, so what is the checkerboard trick? And I do agree now, the checkerboard trick applies, and I think I can prove it. Okay, so here's the checkerboard trick that people are talking about. So this arrangement in the final grid is impossible. And the reason why is green has to be connected. So some way, somehow, this green has to wander around the grid and make its way back over to this green. But the problem is, by virtue of doing that, now the gray here has no way to connect to this. Oh, super chat from David. Thank you very much, David, for the $35 for the amount of people joining us. Thank you. And thank you to all 35 of you who are watching. So the problem with the checkerboard pattern is exactly that. It's that the connection of the green to itself breaks the connection of the gray to itself. Yes, thank you very, very much, David. Very much appreciated. And thank you very much for the donation last time, too. That was also very much appreciated. All right, so we can't create checkerboards. Is there some arrangement of dots that would create a checkerboard if we weren't careful? Is a question. Box 5, the alternating dominoes. Let's see. I'm trying to understand exactly what Alima means by in box 5, the alternating dominoes. So are you saying if I did do this, it would create a problem? I explained the full logic. Okay, let me read. In order for row 5, column 5 not to break the 2 by 2 rule, row 6, column 5, 6 has to be blue also. Row 6, okay. So I get that, yeah, there's a huge danger here. If this is blue, I now can't have this be blue. If this were yellow, I now would need one of these to be blue. Let's see. So Megalam is talking about row 6, column 5, 6. Yeah, so this one. Okay, I see why that wouldn't break it. I don't yet understand I don't understand the proof part here. So what goes wrong if I try to make this domino yellow? Okay. So I think that it's the getting out thing, I think is the point. So if this is blue, then this is definitely yellow. So the center cell is either blue or yellow. If the center cell is blue, these are yellow. Okay. If the center cell is yellow, then the yellow has to get out either this way, which will make 2 yellows there, or this way, which will make 2 yellows there. And either way the yellow gets out, I make this cell blue. Okay, so now I have to go back. So what I've learned now is that if the center cell is yellow, this domino is blue. So if the center cell is blue, I said I know that these are yellow. I said that before. Now the question is, do I now know that these are blue, or could these be yellow? Well, I know in this instance that these are yellow, because otherwise I'd make otherwise I would make a 2x2 of blue. So now why can't these be yellow is the question that I have not yet understood in this hypothetical. And I by the way, I complain a lot about bifurcating. I think this is all very, very visualizable. I'm just trying to like draw it out for purposes of this. Oh, so the claim is that's still possible. Okay, so chat seems to think that that arrangement is actually possible. So I think I don't know that whether this cell is yellow or blue. Okay, so what was the commonality out of all of that? Let's go back and look at this. So if this cell is blue, it forces both of these to be yellow. And that's as much as we get. If this cell is yellow, it definitely forces this to be blue. And I know one of these two is yellow. But who knows which one? So I feel like we're very close. We're tantalizingly close to doing that. I mean, it doesn't trap the path. The path had an exit. To those of you who are saying that. So the other universe is sorry, the other universe we're considering is that's blue. These are both yellow. And this is yellow, I think. I think that, yeah, this is the one we can't exclude because blue could just get out. Let's see. Totally Normal Cat says, I think if row 5, column 5 is blue, then all other dominoes are yellow because of the last domino being blue would create a mega checkerboard. Okay, let's try and understand that. Okay, so okay. I think I see this. Yes, that's very clever. Okay. So if the center cell is blue, Totally Normal Cat is claiming, and this is completely correct, this whole shape I'm trying to decide if, because these blues are already connected to each other. I was thinking, so I interpreted Totally Normal Cat's question as or Totally Normal Cat's comment as, okay, well, the yellow has to connect to the yellow and the blue has to connect to the blue, and you can't do that for exactly the checkerboard reasons. But sadly, the blue's already connected, so that piece of the checkerboard argument does not work. Let's see. Let's try and make a circle here. Oh, I can't do that. Okay, so I can't resize the shapes in this mode. So we're going to make the bet cell row 1, column 9. I'll redden it for now. So if you want to guess what number this is going to be, this is going to be our bet cell for today. Okay, so I think where we are is incredibly, incredibly close to knowing something. And the world seems to hinge upon whether the center cell is blue or yellow. Because whether the center cell is blue or yellow, each forces a lot of things. But sadly, I don't think they quite force enough yet for me to make any other deductions here. Okay. Uh, let's see. Jay says in box 1, the row 3 and column 3 Kropkis have to be different, or they would create a 2x2 or break connectivity. The row 3 and column 3. Okay, so we're talking about this one and this one. Oh no, you're talking about these two. Okay, you're talking about this one. So you're talking about these two. Yeah, these two. Yes. So yes, if these two were the same, we would definitely have a problem. That is a smart observation. I agree, because either now this whatever the color, if these two were the same, whatever color's not purple can't get in here, and that creates a huge problem. Uh so this cell and this cell in particular are different colors. And that does a lot along the border, because basically the border, and you can see this in the example. So first of all, it tells us the border does have both colors. So it was not obvious from the rules that the border had both colors. It was possible that there was, say, a mass of gray surrounding some green in the center, and that every single border cell was gray. That's no longer possible because of Jay's observation. So this cell and this cell are different colors. And so as a result, we do know both colors show up on the border. And as you see in this puzzle, we only can have sort of like a giant strip of one color and then a giant strip of the other color around the border. If I tried to do, say, strip of green, strip of gray, another strip of green, another strip of gray, if I try and do this kind of thing around the border, that creates a variation of the checkerboard problem, where however I try and connect this gray to this gray, then I lop off this green. This green becomes disconnected from this green over here. So it is true, and this is one of the key tricks to yin-yang puzzles, even though I've literally never done a yin-yang puzzle, but I've watched Simon do enough variant yin-yang puzzles that I know he always explains this. That's why the green all has to be connected around the edge. Okay, for the second or third time, I have successfully managed to mute the mic while sneezing. Let's see. Okay, so I feel accomplished for having managed that. Okay, so there's going to be an expanding thing of this color coming out around here, and an expanding thing of this color coming around out here. Okay, is it possible that this domino is not... Sorry, is it possible that this domino is yellow? This looks very worrying to me if this domino was yellow. But I don't immediately see that that's not possible. Let's see. Garion says it makes it so that row 1, column 1, row 1, column 2, and row 2, column 1 are all the same color. Let's see. These are the 3 cells that Garion is talking about, depending on which color this is. Okay, so let's just subcolor this in orange and purple to understand what's happening here. So orange and purple, the only thing I know about orange and purple is they're different. Oh, thank you, Eleventicles, with a $10 donation for muting my mic when I was about to sneeze for the second time in my many months of streaming. Thank you very much, Eleventicles. I will continue to attempt to improve at this skill. So there are 2 universes here. Either, hey, Hoela, welcome. much like there was over here. Either this is purple, in which case we immediately force that this is orange to avoid the 2 by 2. And then this is purple to avoid the 2 by 2. So we get that pattern. That's one pattern. Or the other pattern is that these are orange, in which case now, because the oranges around the border have to be connected, that has to be orange, and that has to be purple. And so the upshot of this is that, as exactly as Garion said, all three of these cells are the same color. Don't know which color, but all three of these are the same color, and this cell is, of course, the other one. And then so one of these continues, and then this one sort of goes, yeah, this continues in one direction or the other, and then sort of forces some stuff out around here. Let's see. Okay, so I'm looking now at totally normal cat scum at row 4, column 9, and row 7, column 9. Totally normal cat says they don't believe that these can be the same color because then they connect along the border. Okay, so if these two cells, let's just draw this in. So totally normal cat is saying they don't believe these two cells can be the same color. So if these two cells are the same color, because we know there's a color change on the border over here, there can never be another color change along the border. So these all automatically become purple. Yes, that is a really good spot. So these have all become purple. And so now these are both orange to avoid a 2 by 2. And now this can't be orange or purple. Okay, so that is awesome. So, okay, so these cannot be the same color. Sorry, I think I misspoke. Let me point at the picture carefully here and say, okay, so the color's green for a while, and then it turns gray, and then it's gray for a while, and then it turns green. So there's two color changes. And we have identified that one of the color changes happens up here, and one of the color changes happens over here. And what that means, remember that this was the bet cell, because it's going away. What that means is that we know that all of these cells, starting here, going all the way over to here, and all of these cells, starting here and going over to here, they all have to be colored like this. Does chat agree with this? Because there has to be a color change. These two are not the same color. These two are not the same color. We get two color changes. Those are them. And so that's going to let us do some more coloring, which, makes Zetas happy. These are all orange. These are orange by the avoid a 2 by 2 rule. This is purple by the it's purple rule. Now this is orange because it has to get out, so it goes up and continues being orange. Let's see. This is orange because of the dotted rule. Okay, yeah, this is purple because of the dot, so these are both orange to avoid 2 by 2s. Yeah, this is very cool. And so now yellow is purple. Thank you to Ben. That is beautiful, because now if yellow was orange, this would be isolated. So yes, so yellow is purple and blue is orange. And we have something resembling a break-in. Oh yes, and this purple has to go here, because otherwise we'd have a 2 by 2. And orange has to go here because otherwise we'd have a 2 by 2. Let's see. Okay. Either this cell is purple or this cell is purple, because purple has to get down somehow, but I don't think I know yet how purple gets down. Let's see. Box 2. Yes, box 2. I need a purple here in order to avoid this 2x2, which now means I need an orange here to avoid this 2x2, which now means I need a purple here to avoid that 2x2. Good spot. Let's see. I see that I've been given the shapes so that I can fill in the lines. Although now I'm not having the thing pop up. Before I had the circles pop up in shape. Now I don't. But I see that I've been given the shape menu so that if I knew what I was doing, I could put the white or black dots somewhere. But somehow between the previous time and the next time I pressed the shape button, it behaves differently. As is standard for these things. Let's see. Okay, so Hawila is looking at box 5 and saying that we need to have purple escape. Okay, so this domino might or might not be purple, but this domino, even if it is purple, can never get purple out into this part of the grid. So this purple up here can't escape through here because even if this is purple, this cell can't be purple because it would isolate orange. So good spot to Hawila. This domino has to be purple now in order to make that, in order for purple to get out. Do we know that purple has the white Kropkis? I'm not sure. Could this possibly be purple? I guess technically I think it could maybe be purple. The logic about the purples, Garion? We can go over this again and then we can find out if we're wrong. So I see. Because purple doesn't have to get out. It's already out because it's over here. Okay. Yes, I agree. Thank you for that catch, Garion. The top right purple does have to connect, but I don't know. One of these is purple and the other one's orange, but I don't think I know which is which. These are a porange pair, as Ranksk would like to say. Let's see. Okay, can we now say anything about the center? Because there was all of this talk before about, well, what if the center is orange? What if the center is purple? But I don't think I know yet. Oh, you'd have been very happy today, Directionary. I spent all day thinking about prime ideals. So you'd have been delighted, I'm sure. Let's see. This 2? I mean, I feel like the 2 is going to be what ultimately tells us what thing is black and what thing is white, but I do not know. Okay, I know at least one of these is orange. I think they could both be orange even. Hey, Navario, welcome. We are enjoying this awesome puzzle with a very cool rule set that we are trying not to break. Yeah, and we know these 3 cells are the same color. I can like put brown back just to say, okay, brown is a terrible color. I can put blue up here to say I know these 3 cells are the same color. I just don't know which of these is. I do try and beat Simon to the Phistomefel puzzles just because I like doing them. I think they're fun. Also, I looked back just randomly, and my stream where I did only Phistomefel puzzles was the one where I got the most viewers by far. Let's see. Dale says row 4, 5, column 6. Being... oh, sorry. That's row 4, 5, column 6. This being orange looks the most worrying. Maybe, Derek? I'm not sure. I talk in CTC comments a lot. I don't know that my mentioning things in CTC comments does, like, gets me a lot of views. I think it helps. I think it helped a lot the first and second time. I think it may have done that, but I mean that was a time I had. I think that's the only time I've ever had over 70 concurrent viewers. Uh, so yeah, if this was orange, then these would both. Oh, sorry. If this was orange, this would be purple. Uh, which looks weird, but everything is so connected now that I'm not super worried. Like, I know one of these two is orange, and I know one of these two is orange. Does that get me anything? Uh, yeah, one but not both. So here's an idea. Maybe this will be terrible, but I'm going to try it. Uh, why did I mark as green pairs of cells that I know are one of each purple and orange? So that pair I know is one of each purple and orange. This pair is one of each purple and orange. Because this orange has to get out, so I need an orange, but they can't both be orange. I swear there was another one. This pair I know is one purple and one orange. Are there other pairs I know are one purple and one orange? Let's see. Oh yeah, like these two. Yeah, there's not a great way to communicate that, but yeah, this one is the other one of whatever those are. Uh, uh, that's a good point, Garion. I'm not sure if we can use it yet, but we're definitely going to have to use it eventually. So one of these is a string of 3 black dot cells, which means it's going to have to use 2 and 4, which means that one of these two is a 3-6 pair. Uh, uh, let's see, row 5, 6, column 7. I feel like these could, well, these can't be different colors. I think I can visualize a world where these are orange or the world where these are purple. If these are purple, I think it ends up looking like that. Okay, let's see. I'm gonna draw in Josh's comment. So if row 5, 6, column 7 is purple, so if this is purple, then this has to be purple to avoid a checkerboard. Now both of these have to be orange to avoid a 2x2. And now this can't be orange or purple. Good point. Okay, so if you look at this, if this is purple, you run into a problem in here because of you're avoiding checkerboards and everything. So this is orange. So now that makes this cell purple. Yeah, the purple could go down here, or the purple could go down over here, I think. Let's see. Does that... Okay, that immediately tells me that these two are purple, because otherwise I'd have a 2x2. Let's see. So... let's see. Okay, so now I'm going to look for the point that Tristan was trying to get me to see. Maybe? Oh, Ambrose. Ambrose had the point. Sorry, Ambrose. Dot in box 8 can't be purple because it traps orange. Okay, let's see. If this was purple, because it traps orange. Okay, so if this is purple, right. Okay, because of our observations about this being green, if this dot is purple, then this has to be orange to avoid a 2x2, but then this is purple, and now orange has just gotten completely trapped in. So in fact, that's orange. Good spot, Ambrose. I'm trying to see if there's anywhere where I'm at risk of getting a checkerboard or anything. Let's see. We can place green in row 6, column 8 and 9. Yes, these can't both be purple, but if neither of them was purple, we would immediately break the puzzle. I agree. Martin says 2 in box 2. Oh, I think Martin says the green is solved. Okay, is that true? Sorry, I thought originally that I was being told I could place the 2 in box 7, which was going to leave me somewhat flabbergasted. Orange, purple. I don't see it. What am I missing? Let's see. If this is orange and this is purple, then this is purple. I mean, we're never isolating the orange. One of these two is orange, and it connects to this orange, right? So, like, this orange definitely is connected to this orange. I feel like it would be a problem if I made this domino orange. Isn't this a problem? Assuredly, that screws up this whole thing, right? Because there'd be a purple in here. I guess I could go purple, purple. Maybe not. Maybe it's okay, or maybe it's a little further to see. It doesn't look good to me if that's orange. Let's see. If this is purple, then that's orange. Then this is purple. So if this is purple, this whole string is purple. Seems okay. I'm just scanning to see if there's any like risks of checkerboards. So if this is the orange one out of these two, then that's orange, that's purple. This is also orange. So if this is orange, these are all orange to avoid a checkerboard. Which would make this purple and make, therefore, these orange to continue that string. Let's see. SBQ is looking at row 5, 6, column 5. These two as being a green pair. Let's see. If these two were both the same, well, they couldn't possibly both be purple, because that would make all three of these purple, which would give us a 2x2. If they were all orange, why is that bad? If these are all orange, well, of course, then this is purple. Let's see. row 5, column 3. Let's see. So let's see. Hawila, I think, believes that if I investigate this further, I will get something. So let's try it. So let's try putting this in this direction. So if I try putting that in that direction, I'm going to need to make sure I remember to unwind back to where these were both green when this breaks. Now, I have to... So the thing that I was trying to say before that interested me was I have to avoid making a checkerboard. So I have to make those orange. So then I have to make this purple, which now means I have to make these orange, which now means I have to make these purple. Is it broken yet? That would have to be purple. One of these would be orange. I'm not seeing how this is broken yet. What am I looking for? Okay, so let's try the other direction. Okay, so the other direction is that this is purple and that is orange. So those are both orange. So now almost the same checkerboard logic actually gives me that this has to be orange. And so now this ends up being orange. So the point is, okay, so the point of this was that I don't know which way this is, but both ways, this gets forced to be orange. So if the bottom one is orange, then that's purple, and this is forced to be orange to avoid a checkerboard. If the bottom one is purple, this cell is forced to be purple to become a checkerboard, and this is still orange. So in fact, this domino is always orange. I don't have a fantastic explanation other than that you can see that because of two different possible checkerboards, it happens, which now means this is purple, which now means this is orange, which now means that's purple and that's purple. So we've got a whole bunch more coloring out of that. So this is a green domino. Okay, and so now, More Crab says now orange can't be a 1-to-2 ratio. So let's double check that. So this box has 3 separate things. So I could do 1, 2, 4, 8, 3, 6. Why can't this be 1, 2, 4, 8, 3, 6? What would this dot be if this were 1, 2, 8? Would that break my ability to make a white dot? Let's see. 1, 2, 3, 6. No, this could be... No, not 4, 5. Okay. 4, 8. Yeah, that's right. This would have no white dot value. Yeah, these would be a 5, 7, 9. Right, that's the way to think about it. Yes, that is the smart way to say it, Math Pesto. Yes, these would become a 5, 7, 9 and break. Okay, so that means orange is actually not black dots. Orange is white dots. So confusingly, orange is green. Purple is gray. Okay, I'm going to do purple and gray so that we know what's going on here with purple and gray. And then orange will become green at such a point as orange can become green. Okay, so now I'm immediately going to go back to a point that Garion made a long time ago, which is that now that these are black dots, this is a 3-6 pair. So that is very helpful. I'm going to try, okay, what will contrast if I make orange green? What will contrast with that? I'll make these one of each. I'll make them the new purple so that I can have this match Phistomefel's puzzle. So these will all go and become green. Does anyone know how to make my shape menu? Oh, there we go. Okay. Oh, now I have the whole shape menu. Why did I not before? Okay. Let's Oh, I don't have the panel. I was going to try and put the right colored dots on things, but now I don't have the panel anymore. So I don't think I can bring back the panel unless someone knows the secret to bringing back the panel. So we're just going to have to remember that these are black dots. And of course, these have a 2 and a 4 in them. 2, 4. Let's see. SPQ says black in box 5 has to connect to black in box 1. Ah, right. So there's some stuff going on over here, sure. But if this cell was green, I would definitely have isolated black. So this cell has to be black. That's a really good spot, SPQ. So this domino is black, which is actually interesting because it means that this is not... This cell now is... let me do the Sudoku part first, and then I'll do the shading part. This is now 1 or 8, because it's not 3 or 6, and it needs to leave room for this. And so now this cell also has to be 1 or 8, because if this was the 1 or 8, then there would need to be a dot here, and there's not by the negative constraint. So this cell is also 1 or 8. Okay, good point to remind you, there is a negative constraint on dots. So if I put the 1, 8 here, then this would go, say, 1, 2, 4, 8, or it would go 8, 4, 2, 1, and there would need to be a dot here, and there isn't. So that is a good thing to keep in mind. So these are 2, 4. This is 2, 4. Okay, now let's finish the shading, and then we'll get back to the Sudoku. This is now green by whatever means you would like. There are lots of options. So this is now gray to avoid a 2 by 2. Let's see. And there's a given digit. There is a given digit. The 2 sees that. And so 4, 2, 1, 8, 4. Lots of digit dance. Do 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 digit dance. Do do digit dance. Excellent. Okay, so we now have this glorious string of digits, a veritable plethora of digits, if you will. Okay, let's see. The dot in box 5. Right. Good point to more crabs. This dot sees 2 and 4, so it can't be 1, 2, 4, 8. So it has to be 3, 6. Okay. So 3 and 6 have 4 and 5 between them, 1 and 2. And so this cell's a 7 or a 9 is the answer. Because if I think about it, I need 3 sets of white dots. I need to use 1, 2. I need to use... in fact, I need to use 1, 2. Where am I using 1, 2? I can't use 1, 2 here. Can't use 1, 2 here. So it's got to be the case that this is a 1 and this is a 2. Because if I'm missing 3 and 6, then the digits I have left are 1 and 2, which are a pair, 4 and 5, which are a pair, and then 7, 8, 9, which I can only extract a maximum of 1 pair from. And so this digit here is a 7 or a 9. That's what I wanted, but actually I think we get this... goodiness for free. And so now I can resolve this corner with a negative constraint, because this is a 1 next to a 2, but there's no dot in either direction. So that means this can't be gray. This has to be green in order to make that work. And so that's gray. Okay, did that tell me any secrets of the universe? I don't think so yet. Okay, so what are these cells? We're talking about box 1 now. So I'm looking at what color blue is. So if blue was gray, I don't think I see this yet. How do I know that one of 579 goes on the blue dot? I mean, I can put... Why can't I put like a 579 here, a 579 here, and a 579 here? So let's see. Oh, wow. Okay, that's really hard to see. Wow. Okay. So 579 are the digits I can't put on a black dot. So if this was a black dot, I could not put any of 579 here. But because of this stray 4, this random bullet of this 4 hits the ability of these to be 5, 7, or 9, even if this is a white, or well, this is a white dot, but they can't be 5, 7, or 9. Because if it was 5, it would need to connect to 4 or 6. It can't. If it was 7, it would need to connect to 8 or 6, and it can't. And if it were 9, it would need to connect to 8, and it can't. So, in fact, this dot definitely has a 2 on it. Because if I just think through what white dots it could be, I think is the way I'd rather think about this, is the white dots this can be, it only actually has the options of 1, 2, or 2, 3. Those are the only universes where this exists. And so, in particular, that means there's not a black dot left that this could possibly be. Oh, yes. Spoiler, it's a 1, 2, because there's a 3 in the box. So this can't possibly anymore be a black dot, and so all of this becomes green. And so this becomes gray. And so now it must be, if I look at this is probably 4, 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, and I can't get anything out of 7, 8, 9. So this is 4, 5 now. So these two digits are, just for the record, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. They're 7 and a 9. Okay. Do I have enough pressure on this dot? Nothing on this dot can be a 4. So this dot is either a 1, 2 or a 3, 6. I'm not sure I know which one yet. But this dot is definitely a 3, 6 because it sees 1, 2, 4, 8. So this is definitely a 3, 6, which means this is a 3, 6 pair, which means this isn't a 3, 6. So that's not a 3, 6. It's a 1, 2. So that was a cool little string of happening jizzes. I liked that. Okay. Let's see. I'm not going to be able to resolve like what order this goes in without using Sudoku to do it, I don't think. But I can fill in that these digits are 5, 7, 9 just for the future. Okay. These digits are not 2 or 4. If this was a 6, it would need to make these 7, 8, 9 exactly in order for this to possibly work. I don't immediately see a problem with that, but it's not ideal. Let's see. So one of these is 4, 5, and one of them is 7, 8, 9. Ooh, a wild Grockles appeared. Hello, Grockles. welcome to this. I hope you are happy with yourself. The membership tiers are officially going to be named windmills, which, if I recall correctly, the windmills name for zetamath fans was your doing. Let's see. 4 in column 2, says Jay, has to be over here. I agree. So 4... Yeah, just by Sudoku. And then we can ask where the 5 is going to go in box 7. So yes, so the 5 can't go next to the 4 because of the negative constraint. The 5 can't go over here because of Sudoku. The 5 can't go here because of that. So, right, so there's a 5 in one of these cells. So there's now a 5 in one of these cells. So now there's not a 6 in one of these cells. Oh, I guess I already knew there wasn't a 6 in one of those cells. Never mind. There's definitely a 3 or 6 here because I've got a 3-6 pair in here. So in this column, I need a 3 or a 6 in one of these cells. Let's see. I know there's a 1-2 pair over here by Sudoku because I've got these aligning 1-2 pairs. Let's see. If the 2 wants to live, if the 1 wants to live here, it can't. So that's never a 1. If the 2 wants to live here, it needs to put a 3 there. Just looking at various Sudoku stuff. Okay, so the... Okay, 3 is placed in row 4. It says more crabs by earlier comment. 3 cannot be in row 4, column 1 by negative constraint, right? Not in this due to the 3-6 pair, right? And then 3 can't be in... got it. Okay, this is really clever. Okay, so this is a very smart spot by More Crabs, who I'm slowly learning to call More Crabs. I don't think I have called them by their old name at all today. So here's the easy part. 3 is not over here because I need 3 consecutive digits and I can't have them. So one of these two is a 3. But, and then Barbie's smart observation is, this one can't be a 3, because if it was a 3, it would need a thing with a 3-6. So this is the one that's a 3, and this is going to do a lot of damage. So that's a 6, that's a 3, that's a 5, that's a 6, that's a 3. No? What did I do? Oh, no, sorry. Okay, I understand now. Sorry. This can't be a 3 either. Sorry, I understood this and then completely forgot. Right. It can't be a 3 either. So I can't put the 3 there. I can't put the 3 in either of these spots. I can't put the 3 in either of these spots. So you'd think that would mean I'd rolled 3 out of the entire row. But it turns out that if you actually can see things, that this is the 3. And that's the 6. Okay, that's a lot less exciting, but I will accept that it is more correct. Let's see. And so now, yeah, the 6 is on these dots somewhere, which I think we already knew. I think that was forced. I mean, if I go by, like, what gets the most capital letters in chat, then doing things wrong is definitely a plus. Yeah, so there's definitely a 6 and a 7 over here. Yeah, so there's a 6. And so these are from 5, 6, 7, 8. depending on which way it goes. Of course, the middle is more restricted than that, but I don't feel like marking it right now. But as chat points out, that gets us a 9 here. Because the 7-9 pair here rules 9 out of that cell. Okay, let's try and clean this up before chat is very upset. This is not a 5 or an 8. The negative constraint is only per color, Okali. So there's no negative constraint at all between colors. So what are these cells able to be? They're not 1, 2, 4, 8, or 3, 6. So these are only from 5, 7, 9, just for the record. These cells can't be 5, 7, 9, or 3, 6. So these are from 1, 2, 4, 8, I believe. Oh, and one of them's a 4, I know. Let's see. So this cell has to be a 5 or an 8. Just to finish, sorry. Yeah, this has to be a 5 or 8 to finish the row. So this cell's always a 5 or an 8. 8 can't go with 4. This is a green region, Tristan. 8 can go with 4. 6 in box 4. No, 8 can go with 4 in box 4. It's a green region. 6 in box 4 is placed. Oh, nice spot. Okay, that is very slick. Okay, yeah, 6 in box 4 is placed. Nice spot to Garion. So that's a 6, owing to just Sudoku stuff. So that being a 6 makes that a 3 and that a 6. That's going to unwind it now, like I tried to do before. That's a 3 and that a 6. So let's see. Is that going to help? Yes, it's going to place a 3 exactly here, I believe, if I have correctly Sudoku'd. Well, hopefully the fact that you had to wait just made it all the more rewarding when I finally did see it, question mark. Okay, this cell, where does it go in this box? Well, it's a 7 or a 9. It can only go there, so it has to be a 9. I'm sure there was a better way to see that, but I did not see it. So these are a 7, 8, and a 4, 5. I don't yet know how to unwind which of these is a 7, 8, and a 4, 5. So where is the 7 in this box? The 7 in this box now has to go here. Good point to more crabs. So these aren't 7. So these are a 5, 8 pair, right? Just to finish the box. So these aren't 8. Okay, so Tristan was right. That these are not 8. In column 1, 1 has to go in box 7. Let's see if this was a 1. Oh, so I do see this. So chat points out 7 can't be next to 8 in green. Agree. So it's a 5, that's an 8. These aren't 8, which means that middle one is the 6. And these two outer ones are a 5, 7 pair. Got that part so far. Let's see. Box 4 green negative constraint. Just got that. Not for any good reason, but because chat told me. So one of these two cells is the 5. One of these two cells is the 4. 5, 8 result in box 4. Yep, we got that. Only with chat's help, but thank you very much for all of the helpful chatters who figured this out. 4 can't go in row 6. I mean, 4 had better go in row 6. But you're right. So the point is... Wait, no. Yeah, the 4 would be next to a 5, so the 4 would go here, the 5 would go here, right? Four does go next to 5. 4 has to go next to 5 because that's the one of the only ways to fill this dot. One's a 4-5 and one's a 7-8. So yeah, so one of these is 4-5. One of them is 7-8. I do acknowledge that the coloring somewhat obfuscates the dots. I tried to figure out how to actually put the dots on the thing, but then I lost the panel and I didn't know how to get the panel back. And if I wanted to do it, I would have to scroll. And if I scrolled, then I would lose the perfect centering. And I'm trying very hard to try and stream Penpa puzzles without scrolling because I know chat hates it when I do Penpa puzzles because of the scrolling. And so anyway, I'm sure there is a clever way to overlay these dots, but I do not think I can do it. Let's see. 8 can't be in row 5, column 4 by the negative constraint. Good point. Good point. Okay, so this cell can be neither 7 nor 8. Nor can it be 5. So it is 4. Great catch to Yura. So that's 4. That's 5. This is a 7-8 pair. Very good spot. So these cells are, let's fill them in. They are a 1, a 2. We've got a 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and an 8. Okay, so these are a 1, 2, 8. And these cells are a 1, 2. We need a 3. We need a 4, we need a 5, 6, 7, 8, and we need a 9. Okay, so this cell, just looking at it, needs to be next to this cell. So this will never be a 1 because it needs to be next to this. So this is a 2 or an 8. So that means this is always odd. And so this is a 2 or 8. This is a 3 or a 9. Is there not a shortcut to pull up the panel, Florent? Like, the thing I found that I really like about Penpa is that it has a lot of good keyboard shortcuts. And then the thing I don't like about it is that sometimes the keyboard shortcuts don't work. But I had hoped there would just be one, because the panel was up before. I just don't know where it went. You don't use the panel much. It is very unusual for there to be a shape tool in solving mode. I think this is literally the first puzzle I've seen that has a shape mode or a shape tool in solving mode. But I don't think you can use this without that because this doesn't it doesn't know what to put. Okay, purple in box 6. Also, probably people know what the dots are by now, but it would have been very helpful if I had done it right away. Purple in box 6. Sorry, wait, what? Purple in box... Oh, purple in box 6. Okay, so... Okay, I will try it. Okay, panel on. There we go. Aha. Okay, we'll scroll back down. Let's see. Did I center that approximately correctly? Yeah, I did pretty well at centering that. I'll take it. So if I now go here, the whole reason I did this was so that I could fill in these dots, although I want the little tiniest ones. Shape, little tiniest ones. Extra small. So can put these in so that this now actually looks like a regular Kropki puzzle. And then we can fill in the black dots over here. Oh, and one down there. Okay, I think that did it, but I'm going to leave the panel up so in case I decide to change later. I'll hide the panel from you, but where I can still see it. Okay. Thank you, Florent. That helped. Okay, so now I am returning to understanding how we're disambiguating purple in box 6, which I know people are telling me. Oh, because of the checkerboard thing, right? Okay, so if... Where are we at risk of forming a checkerboard? I'm missing something. Okay. So, maybe not purple in box 6, we'll go with. Okay, so these are 5 7s. Okay, so of course I have to not put a 7 next to an 8 in green. That is one of my restraints. 3 in column 4 is placed, I am being told. Let's see. 3 is not on this dot. 3 is not here. That is really clever. Okay. Very good spot. Okay, so 3 in column 4 can't go in any of these places. 2 and 4 are going in the column, so it's never going on a white dot in the column. 2 and 4 are going in this box, so it's never going on a white dot in this box. There's already a 3 here. None of these digits are 3, so that's a 3. That is oops. That is a very very good spot to crabs. Okay, so these are from 6, 7, 8, 9. I don't quite know a digit that has to be on them yet. I know that's not a 6 for what it's worth. This, I suppose, is also from 6, 7, 8, 9. But I don't think I get a lot out of that either. Let's see. 3, 6 look into this box and tell me the 3 and the 6 have to go in this little square. Why can't this be 7, 8? Yeah, they can't both be in gray. Oh, they can't both be in gray. That tells me something, right? Oh, sorry. I also didn't notice this 3. So one of these two is a 3. And therefore, together with Ben's comment, where does the 6 go in this box? Well, the 6 doesn't go any of these places by Sudoku. The 6 also can't go with a 3, so there's a 6 on here. So these are from 5, 6, 7. Oh, and they're not 5, so in fact it is 6, 7. Very good spot, thank you. So these are from 8, 9. So this is from 7, 8, 9. So that gives us a 7, 8, 9 triple in row 1 out of nowhere. Hey, Russ, glad to see you again. This Phistomefel has been tricky, but it has been quite enjoyable for me. Okay. 7, 8 pair in column 5. Ah, right. That's not a 9. So yeah, we've got a 7, 8 pair in column 5. Thank you. So now the remaining things in this column, we've got a 1, 2. We need a 3, 4, 5, 6. And then we've got a 7, 8. And then we've got a 9. Okay. We know this isn't a 3 or a 6. So this is a 4 or a 5. We know these aren't 6 either. So that's a 3, 4, 5. So that, in fact, is a 6. Oops. This is just a 6 by that. So that was very helpful to pencil mark. So what are these cells? So these cells are we've got a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got a 6. We need a 7 and a 9. Note there's definitely an 8 on this dot, so I don't have to pencil mark it. This cell is not 7, 8, or 9 because of the 7, 8, 9 triple. So this is the 5. So this isn't 5. This is a 7 or 9. Right. And now more Krabs points out this 6 can't be next to a 7. So that's an 8 and a 9 and a 7 and a 9 and a 7. I really like, so I really tend not to like negative constraint hunting puzzles, but this negative constraint is really cool because the geometry makes it very interesting. And I don't feel like I'm just like randomly looking for negative constraint applications. This cell can't be a 2 by the given 2. Let's see. What are the... Oh, this 5. I did not finish my Sudoku. This 5 gives us a 4 and a 5. So now I can fill in these cells. These cells are now a 1, a 2, a 3. We've got a 4, 5, and we need a 6. And then we don't need a 7, 8, or 9. So these are from 1, 2, 3, 6. If I made this a 2, it would not work. This is the tiniest deduction in the universe. But if I made this a 2, I would have to put a 1 or a 3 around it, and I would break the negative constraint. This can't be a 6 because it's next to a 5. So this is a 1, 2, or 3. Let's see. I see from Ben that we can finish this. So that's an 8 and a 7. We do have to avoid the possibility that this is a 4, 8 pair. So these can't be 4 and 8. Six can be next to 3 in green. The negative constraint is in green is only on white dots, and the negative constraint in black is only on black dots. And there's no negative constraint between them, Russ. Let's see. Okay, so... and now, as Tristan points out, the negative constraint in column 4 helps us sort out this. Oh, also the fact that there's literally a 9 here that I was talking about how if I knew whether this was an 8 or a 9, it would help. I know whether it's an 8 or a 9 because that's an 8. So now this is a 5. That being a 5 makes that a 7 and that a 6. These are not... Oops. These are not 5. These are a 3, 4 pair. Let's see. 4 could be next to 5, so no need to worry about that. Let's see. These cells are a 1 and something else. 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. A 1 and a 9, in fact. Let's see. This column needs a 1 and a 2. We've got a 3 and a 4 and a 5 and a 6. We need a 7 and an 8, and then we've got a 9. Do I know anything about any of these? Well, I know that one's not a 2. I know that one's not a 7. I know this one's not an 8. This can't be a 1 or a 2 because it's next to a 1 or a 2, and it would need a black dot. So yes, so that is an 8. So that's huge. So that's not an 8. I mean, huge might be an overstatement, but I'm excited. So there's 2 of 1, 2, 4, 8. Sure makes it look like this is going to want to be a 3, 6. But I don't think I know it's a 3, 6 yet. Do I know this cell can't be a 9? Don't think so. Let's see. I'm being told 6 is placed in row 1 now. Yes, 6 is placed in row 1, right? So that is a 6. I apologize if Russ earlier was telling me this couldn't be a 6 because of the existence of a 6 here and not because of the Kropki thing, which I then proceeded to explain. So deepest apologies, Russ, if I misunderstood your comment before. Okay, so there's a 6 over here somewhere. In fact, there's a 6 on this dot. So this is a 5, 6, 7. That one's not a 7. This one's not a 6. Oh, so this is a 6. So this is a 5 or a 7. So that gives us a 5, 7 pair, which means this is a 9. Which means these aren't 9. these are two 5 7s next to each other. So now this column is getting a little bit interesting. Let's see. That 9 being placed there makes this a 3. Oops, not surface. That a 3. That a 2. Makes these not 3. Makes that neither 3 nor 2. So this is a 1. So that's a 3. These aren't 2 anymore. Let's see. This column only has 2 digits left. 2, 3, 4, and 8 are the digits that are left. So these are a 4, 8 pair, and I know the order. That's the 4, that's the 8. I think that still doesn't tell me anything, but these are only from 2 digits. So these are a 2 and a 4. So that resolves this 1 and 2. Alternatively, this 1 and 2 was resolved a long time ago, but we don't live in that world. We live in this one. Let's see. Okay, these would be okay. These would be okay. Okay. Now, that has to have, all that mess has to have done something for us. Okay, so the 3 in this box is now pushed into one of these 2 cells, I know. Oh, and it's not that one. So this is the 3. If this were a 3, I'd need a 6 here, and I very much can't have one for a bunch of reasons. Yes, the one and only Phistomefel is added again. So these now have to be a 1-2 pair because there's a 4 in the box. So these are a 1-2 pair. So that goes ahead and resolves that. That's a 9, that's a 5, that's a 9, that's a 4 and a 1 and a 7 and a 2. That 4 resolves that. That's a 3 and a 4. That 9 resolves that. That's a 1. Let's see. Do I see any? Okay, so this can't be green anymore. So we finally get to do a little more shading. This is not allowed to be green, so it's gray. Green has to get out, so that's green. Let's see. Assuredly, there is more going on, but I am not yet addressing, or I've not yet absorbed everything. Okay, so these 2 cells, let's fill in. These 2 cells are a 7 and a 9. If I did that right, so this isn't a 7, it's a 5. And that's a 7, and that's a 5. And so that's a 7, and that's a 5. This cell is just a write-in. 4, 5, 6, it's an 8. So that's a 1 and an 8. So now... that 7 sees the 9 and the 7. That 9 sees the 4 and the 9. That 4 sees the 2 and the 4. Okay, so now this can't be gray by the negative constraint, so that's green, and that's gray. Let's see. So let's keep going with the Sudoku. So that's a 2 and a 1. That 1 sees that 2 and 1. We got the hooray screen, but we're not actually done yet. We still need to finish coloring. But presumably it's not going to be too difficult to finish coloring this. This 8 and 4 are different colors. So if the 8 and 4 are different colors, that must tell me... let's see, if this were green and... yeah, so these 2 are the same color. So, right, so I need to avoid a checkerboard. So because these 2 are different colors, and these 2 are different colors, the 8 and the 9 are the same color. Well, I just have to look at what happens if the 8 and 9 are both green to see that that's bad. So the 8 and 9 are both gray. Uh-oh, nope, I did that wrong. Wait, what? I did not do that correctly. Oh, they can be the same. They just can't both be gray. Sorry. I now understand the problem with what I was saying. Yes, the 8 and 4 are not both gray. But they could both be green. Okay, so how do I actually do this? So if this is gray... got it. So this can't be gray because gray would have to get out to connect to this gray, and it could connect neither way. So this cell has to be green. That's the way to think about it. If this cell was gray, that 8 is a roadblock, and this 9 is a roadblock because of the 2x2. So this cell is definitely green. And so once that cell is green, this has to be gray in order to preserve connectivity. And now this has to be green to preserve connectivity. And so that gives us all of the shading, and we get this really beautiful pattern of all of this stuff coming together. Very cool puzzle. Very cool. I enjoyed that one a lot. And we know what Simon's doing tomorrow. That one, yeah, the shading at the beginning was very interesting, and I really believed chat honed in very early that like this cell was going to really dictate a lot about how this box worked out, and I really thought that was going to be the break-in, but it turned out not to be. But it was so close. Like, I think you could make a puzzle like this with that as the break-in. But I just really have to say, I love this rule set of saying, oh, well, you have to shade some stuff white and some stuff black, and then you get white Kropki dots in the white stuff and black Kropki dots in the black stuff. That was very cool. Yeah, Mega Lamb, I was shocked, because as soon as you explained it and I started looking at it, I was sure it was right, and I just wasn't following it quite enough. Yeah, I've done a lot of chaos construction type things with Kropki dots, where I've done different rules for black and white dots, where it's like, oh, black dots are always on borders between regions, and white dots are always on borders, or are always on things of the same region. But I've never quite done this, like, you figure out whether it is a white dot or a black dot by this. I'm certain you could do you figure out whether it's an X or a V by this, or whatever. Yes, totally agree, Woofers, about these sort of combinations. Oh yeah, Alima says the white dots should really go in the black areas in a yin yang puzzle. That is a cute observation. All right, I'm going to take a quick break. I'll come back with another puzzle, but I'll be back very shortly. Alrighty, welcome back. I'm going to switch to the pen view for just a second while we look at the example for this puzzle before we do it. But next up, we have a puzzle by wooferzfg and Jakhob. I've not done many puzzles by them on stream, which is a real shame because I feel like every time I watch Rank's stream, there's just an awesome chaos construction it's just an awesome puzzle by woofers around there. So let's do this one. And I think this one I'm doing before Ranks did it, though Chad is about to tell me that Ranks did this one when I wasn't looking. But anyway, let's read the rules first. Let's move the Zeta so you can also read the rules with me. I think the rules will actually appear on the CTC version, but I just wanted to look at the example together. Normal irregular Sudoku rules apply, but the regions are to be determined, so standard chaos construction stuff. A digit in a cell with an arrow indicates the number of region borders between that cell and the edge of the grid, totaled across all the directions given by the arrows. Oh no, this is that impossible Phistomefel puzzle, isn't it? In this case, you can see, for example, the 3 sees a border here, a border here, and a border here. That is a total of 3 borders, so it has a 3 in it. This is a 1. It only sees the 1 border there. Lighthouse. That's the name of the Phistomefel puzzle. The one that Simon did a live stream of. I'm surprised we haven't seen more Simon live streaming puzzles. But I guess that it makes him nervous. Oh, that's it. That's the rules. The edge of the grid does not. Oh, sorry. You can't see the example. Oh, darn it. I moved myself out of the way. Okay, sorry. Let's give you a second to appreciate the example. And then go from there. So again, this cell, for example, it has a 3 in it because there are 1, 2, 3 borders in its row and column in the directions of its arrows. And then this one is a 1 because there's 1 border here and no others in the direction of the arrow. The 3 and the 2 in row 1 are different because the 3 arrow points in both directions, and the 2 arrow only points to the right. Okay. Also, I would very much like to know how arrows got put into CTC. Let's see. Oh, have you recorded solves, tallcat? I did not know if you had done that. Do you have a stream that I don't know about? Yes, and notably, we're not summing, we're just counting. They're placed as text in F puzzles. Like Unicode or something? I definitely really embrace the chaos energy of this, where I feel like I could more keep things on task than I do, but I sort of enjoy the bouncing around that happens from chatting with chat. Yet, I've been burned horribly by Unicode before, which is why I have tended to try to avoid Unicode whenever it's possible. But you need to use the console in order to have multiple of these arrows sort of around, right? Or not the console. You need to like actually edit the fpuzzles file, right? Because I think like in regular fpuzzles, I don't think you can put these here. All right. So the 8, I believe, is the starting point. So that means that there's a region border in every single one of these spots, I believe. The JSON editor, yeah. That's a little rich for my blood, I feel like. But I'm hoping I can convince Sven to make it easy to do stuff with arrows in doing that. Right, because this is the only way this could possibly be an 8 and see 8 things. But now, for example, I know a bunch of digits. Because I know, for example, that this digit is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. This digit is funny because it's at least 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So it has to be a 7 or a 9. Oh, it could never be a 9 because there aren't enough spots for it to be a 9. So it has to be a 7, which means that this is not a border. So whatever this region is, it goes up. It's going to get a color. Oh, this is the one that's a 9, because this one has to be at least 8. So this is a 9. I do think the instructions said this starts very easy and then gets very impossible. Hello, Mr. Angst. Let's see. This region can come down here. At least... Actually, maybe I don't want to necessarily do that. Can I put an X there on the border? I can put an X there on the border. Okay, so I think I'm not going to start coloring the regions until I know a smidge more, but I am going to use the X's to help me. Okay, so this row is huge because there's only 2 borders in the entire row, so this can see at most 2, but it can't see 2, so it can only see 1, which means one of the 2 that this arrow sees has to not be seen by this, which means that has to be a boundary. And so now we get this whole boundary. Okay, so this I now think I can say, okay, this is coming out like this. I think that's big enough to figure that out. Let's see. So this is seeing 1, 2, 3, 4. This is seeing at least 4 things. Good point to SPQ. So this is seeing at least 4 already. So this needs to be 4 or a number that's bigger than 4. But if it wanted to be a number that's bigger than 4, it would have to be at least 6 because of the 5, and it can only be 4 or 5. So this is 4, and there's not a region boundary up here. Okay, let's see. Where else can we do good things? Okay, there's only 2 region... Oops. Only 2 region boundaries in this row is interesting to know. Yeah, only 1 more region boundary over here, of course. We know that. Let's see. Where else do we see gimmies? Okay, so these are each at most 3, right? 1, 2, 3. Yeah, so these are from 1, 2, 3. I'm going to look for everywhere where there's a border that tells me it can't be very big. So like these are pointing at a border, so they can only have at most 3 possible. This one is pointing at this border, and so it's at most 1, 2, 3. This one's at most 4. This one's at most 4, but it's not 4, so it's 1, 2, 3. This one's also at most 3. This whole geometry is going to be very interesting, figuring out how this works, because these 8 boundaries are things. There's only 2 in this whole row. So this sees at most 2 in this direction and sees 0 in this direction. So this needs to be... Wait. Did I already break it? What am I confused by? This can't be a 1. What did I screw up? See, I would have thought it had to see 1. Yeah, I know it can see 1 above, but how could it be bigger? It can't be a 3. Oh, no, sorry. Okay, sorry. When everyone is saying it can see 1 above, I thought people were reiterating to me that the digit 1 was above it. Uh, but no, it can see, right, it can see, this can be a border, is what people are telling me completely correctly. That has to be a border, and so this is a 3. And so now whatever this thing is, it has to start escaping out like that. And it's not the 8, so I can draw in that. And so it's going to keep escaping out at least that far from what we've said. Now, beautiful, beautiful point to Josh. This cell is yellow because this sees all the borders in this row. So there's no border here. So this cell is yellow. That is very clever. Now, the 8 has to get out, and it's not yellow. So we get a little thing. The 9 has to get out, and it's not orange. Okay, how long is it going to be until I forget that I don't know that two things are not the same color? I think I really know that orange is not any of these colors. Orange has to keep getting out. I think I now know that this is a 1. Oh, I don't know that 8 is not yellow. Sorry, you're right. I was thinking that this was yellow. Yeah, sorry. Oh, well. Was a tragedy. It was good while it lasted. Oh, I do know that this cell is green. I can say that much. So I know neither of these two is green, but either of them could be yellow. I know this cell's green because I put an X here, and I'm trying to remember to look at it. So I know that this cell... Wait, no, this cell could be green. Oh, a zeta stop emoji. That would be good. I think we should find a good zeta stop emoji. Yeah, the 9 can't be yellow. I agree. The 9 is not yellow because then it would trap the 8. Yes, because then the 8 would not be yellow and it would get trapped. So this I can make its own color. Let's make it blue. Blue has to get out. Like that. Row 5, column 3. Ah, yes. This is only a 1. Because when I was looking for things that were pointing it very near the edge, I did not notice it. But yes, this cell is definitely only a 1 because it sees a 2. And it only possibly could be 2. So this is a free 1. Like literally could have been written in to start the puzzle. This is definitely not a border, regardless of whether this is yellow or not. And so as a result, this digit can only be 1 or 2. So it either sees a border here or it doesn't, and it sees that border. Let's see. Do I have anything else pointing up where I can use information that I already know? So yeah, there's either a border here or here. That's one of the two that this is counting. Let's see. There's only one more border in row 1. How far in row 1 can green go? Let's see. Green's already of size 6, so it could go 7, 8, 9. Okay, yeah, there's... Oh, I thought your tallcat was only saying one of these two was a border. Tallcat is saying this is a border? Yeah, because if blue went right, then now all of this is blue, and now this has to be blue, and the puzzle's broken. So yeah, so that's a border. Ah, and so there are no more borders, because... Oh no, there's not necessarily no more borders. That's one of the borders. If this is yellow, there's only one border. If this is a different color than yellow, that would be all the borders and would force all of this to be blue. That definitely doesn't work. So, in fact, this has to be yellow. And so let me reiterate that again. We've got a jajillion regions up here, give or take. We don't know the exact number of a jajillion, but there's a bunch of regions up here because of all of these borders. If this was a different color, like I had it before chat corrected me, if this were a different color, then that would give us our two borders for this row, which would make all of this blue, and all of these regions would have to finish in 8 cells. And you can't fit a jajillion regions in 8 cells. So all of this is yellow. So that still doesn't tell me if this is 1 or 2. Let's see. Let's see. Kevin asks how the 3 in row 3 could see 3 borders. It's because it also sees this one. I see that you got it, but when you asked the question, I wanted to answer for chat. So the 2 that this sees are also seen by this 3, but then this 3 also sees this border up here. This is just enormous fun, by the way. I know I'm going to regret that when I get to the hard portion of the puzzle, but the easy portion of the puzzle has been very gentle and nice. Okay. What can this cell be? It can't be that many things. It could see up to 2 in this direction, and it can see maybe 1 here, maybe 1 here, and 1 here. I don't think I really want to pencil mark that, is the long and the short version. This sees at least a pencil mark, at least 1 border up, but it could see a bunch of borders up, I think. Sorry, no, it could see 2 borders up, but then it could see some number over here. I think the key thing is to look for places where the key thing I've not been doing is looking for places where if there wasn't a border between 2 cells, they would be the same digit. Are there any places where that happens? Like it almost happens here, but not quite. Naverio has a good point, which is that green has to at some point develop a 2, which is either going to like, oh yeah, green can't even get a 2 from here. And there's no universe in which green gets a 2 over here. That's just nonsense for so many reasons. Let's see. That's too many cells, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, that's 10 cells. Okay. So green only gets a 2 from row 4 or lower. So green needs to go down at least 2 cells, which means that green has a virtual size of 8. So green maybe grows here, but green could never possibly work if green doesn't come down here. No? Oh, this could be green. Ah, that's a fancy point. This could be green. Did I rewind far enough? Yes. Okay. I think oh, there we go. Okay, sorry. There we go. Okay, there we go. I rewound too far. Okay. So green either comes down here to get a 2, or green could maybe grab this 2. I guess green grabbing this 2 helps in a lot of ways. Green going down would screw up this too? Right, if green comes here, that creates the other border. And so all of these cells become green, and now green is 11 cells. On the bright side, it does get its 2, though. But yes, for exactly the reason that blue could, or for exactly the reason that this couldn't work before, I said this couldn't be its own region because it would create the own thing and then seal off the entire world. Yeah, if green comes down, we create that problem. Which now does mean that green definitely has to take the 2 up there. This cell's definitely not green. Yes, but then where would green get its 11? Yes, that would be the problem. So green now has 8 cells, so green gets 1 more. It'll be one. Oops, it'll be one of these 2. By the way, we can make that we'll make that a bet cell. If people want to throw down bets, this is a good bet cell to bet. One of these 2 is green. Do I know anything from the fact that I know that one of those 2 is green? I don't think so. I know whatever this is, it has to get out, but it could be blue, so I don't want to color it because then I'll confuse myself. I mean, this is definitely a new color, but I don't know anything about it. So that's why I don't want to color it. So yeah, so there's another color in here. We know that color. Yeah, I think maybe this is the next thing to color. Because, so there's one more color. So this, much like the previous puzzle's border, this row is going to go blue, 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 and then it's going to start purple, 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 or whatever. Or maybe that color is green, except I don't think it's green. It's definitely not green, because green already has a 2 and would become 70,000 million digits. Yeah. So there's some color here that is not blue. And so I guess the point is, whatever color this is, the 5 is either going to be that color or blue. Hey, Casey, haven't seen you in a while. How have you been? Yeah, there's no way. Okay, so this cell. Okay, so I think I'm now convinced that I can color this cell and do something meaningful with it. Because this cell also has to be that color. Because this color has to escape through row 3, becoming the other color in row 3. And so these 2 are both purple, which now means this cell has to be purple in order for the world not to immediately explode. Okay. Now, what color is this cell? So this cell can't be green, so it must be blue, because no other color could get here. So that cell's blue. So it has to come down. Now we have our border for this row. And so now blue goes across. And so the 5 is blue, as was claimed by the prophet tallcat. And so now this is green, because it doesn't have anything else it can be. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. And now green is done. And so now this is blue or purple. Oh, no, it's not. There's already 2 borders up here, so it's purple. And so we get that. Purple has to get out in order to continue its party lifestyle. So we get that. Let's see. So the 1, 2, 3, 4 arrow. This arrow. Okay, yeah, this arrow now now sees 1 up or 2. I guess it sees 1 or 2 up and 0 or 1 this way. So it's 1 or 2 plus 0 or 1. And so this can't be a 4 anymore. I agree. There has to be now. No, never mind. Because I don't know anything about the border of blue is the problem. Let's see. Euro says row 4, column 5 is a 1, 2, 3 because it could see 1, 2, 3, 4. It could see up to 4, but it's not 4. So this is also 1, 2, 3. Okay, so that's huge. So this cell could see up to 4 boundaries, but the given 4 tells us it's not a 4, and that completes our 1, 2, 3 triple. So that was a great observation to Yura. So now these other ones have to be big. I'm trying to think if it's obvious to me that one of these can't be a 1. I mean, one of them is a 1, but I'm trying to think, is there one that now that I know that this has to be a 1, 2, 3 triple because of their relationship? Is it possible that I know something about one of them? I don't think I'm ready to brain about that yet. Okay, so now the other consequence, of course, is that all of these are huge. So Tristan wants me to look at this one. So this is at most 2 going up, plus 1, 2, 3 going over. So this is at most 5, but it's not a 5. So it's actually at most 4, so it must be a 4. So now this one is at most 1, 2 going up, 3, 4, 5 going over. So it's at most 5, so it must be a 5. And now that one's actually interesting, I think. This 4 was good for a digit, but it didn't tell us what the geometry was. But this one, I think we actually know the geometry, because we had to get 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, so we have to do that in order to make my life complete, which now makes that a 3, because I now see the borders. It also makes, remember, this a border, because I did not draw it in. So this 5 is, I guess it's funny. I get a border here for 2 different reasons. I get a border here because this digit is a 5 and the arrows, and I also get a border here because 5's already in blue, so there has to be a border. That's cute. So this is not a 3. Okay. And now this cell. Oh, this cell now has to be huge, right? This cell now has to be at least a 6 in order for this to possibly work. I don't know that I want to figure out what the maximum it could possibly be is. Let's see. This is an X, because the 3 already sees 3, which extends the border here. And this is I think the way I'm phrasing Martin's point, which is well said. So this now, that extends this this border over here. Oh, Tallcat is doing Sudoku. Okay, so blue only has 1 more cell. Where is blue getting its 3? Well, its 1 more cell could maybe possibly be one of those, but the only place blue can possibly get a 3 is there. That's a very cute observation, Tallcat. And now blue needs to get its 2 down here in one of these 2 cells. because blue only has one more cell. And so that means one of these is a 2. And it can't be this one because there's a 1-2 pair. So that's a 2. That's a 1. I think Woofers had a different way to see that this was a 2 that was maybe slicker, because Woofers said that it was obvious this wasn't a 1, but it was not obvious to me at the time. And then we figured out more about the universe before I was able to identify why it could not be a 1. So that extends yellow down here, puts a border here. Now, yeah, so now this, now this is coming out in its own fashion. Purple, of course, has to get out now. Would help if I actually drew in the purple. Oh, I'm being told the 4 now sees 4 borders. Is that true? It does seem to be true. Tristan is correct. So that is not a border now. So these go together. Those go together. I don't yet know if these go together or not. I don't think. I probably do if I really carefully think about it. Let's see. Row 4, column 1 must now be a 6. Okay, let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, got it. And so the only other place that I could possibly, because this can't be a 5 because there's a 5 in the row. And now, because of all of these X's, I need to put a border here in order for this to even get to be 6, which is the only thing it could possibly be. Good catch. Okay, and so now these cells have become 3, 5, and 9. No, that's not true. Don't listen to me. They're 4, 7, and whatever this digit is. Oh, let's see. I can just fill in digits in row 2 and be good. That is what I'm being told. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. That is not a 2 or a 6, so it's a 1. This is not a 1 or a 2, so it's a 6, so that's a 2. So now these cells are a 6, 4, 7. That one's got to be the 6. This is a 4, 7 pair. So now this digit is not 1, 2, 6, 4, or 7. I don't know that I really want to pencil mark that. Let's see. However, I can write in these. That I want to do, because these are a 1, not 2, 3. We need a 4, not a 5. We need a 6 and a 7 and an 8, not a 9. I'm doing all that so I can write in these. These are not 1, 2, 3, 4. They include a 5. They don't include a 6, 7, or 8, and they include a 9. So these are a 5, 9 pair now. So these cells are cells are 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. We've got a 6. We have a 7. An 8 and a 9. Okay, this is not a 5 or a 9. It is a 3 or an 8. This is not a 3. That's not an 8. That's not a 5. Let's see. This is not a 4. This is not a 1 or a 6. That's not a 4. Okay. When did I say I didn't want to write 3 candidates in? I usually am happy to do that. So we've got a bunch of potential places to start coloring. We could start coloring here, because this... Actually, no, this can't be purple, because in order for this to be purple, we'd have to dodge the 1, because purple already has a 1. So this is a region, and this is a region, which we've not colored yet, but maybe 2 of them are the same. That is my concern at the moment. Am I happy to write 3 candidates in row 4? Oh, sure. Why not? There's 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 7, actually. If this one's a yellow, it is a 7. Because yellow already has an 8 and a 9. So I don't think this cell can be yellow anymore. Because if this cell is yellow, it has to be a 4. Can this be a 4? Well, if this is yellow, yeah, this can't be yellow. If this were yellow, well, it would see 1 border up here and at most 2 over here, but yellow has a 1, 2, and a 3. So that's not yellow. So that's super helpful because it means those at least are yellow. So yellow is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so now yellow's done. And now per previous discussion, this is not an 8 or a 9, so it's a 7. So that's not a 7. I probably know what this digit... Oh, I need to finish that border along the edge. And so this is the remaining digit. Not 1, 2, 3. It's a 4. So this digit now sees 1, 2 borders up, 3 borders over there. And so it has to be a 3, because if it were bigger, it would need to be a 4, and it can't be. So this is a 3. It's very interesting that these aren't in the same region. Okay, so the 3 sees 1, 2... Okay, so the 3 there tells me that there's not a border here, which lets me start a new region coming out here. Because now these all have to be connected. One of these two is a border. I like that idea, SPQ, to not put the borders on the edge, because then we won't accidentally count them. Which seems like a good way to have there be a disaster. This isn't a 2. This isn't a 3, actually. It's only a 1 or a 2. I'm just checking for Sudoku on any of these cells that I marked a long time ago that I did not then follow up with. Row 5, column 2 has to be at least 5. Yeah, it is not 1, 2, 3, 4. So yeah, it's at least 5. It's already getting 2 from there. 3, 4. So yeah, this is a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. This could be bigger than 5 by quite a bit, I believe. It's certainly not a 9, but I don't really want to figure out what I think the maximum is until I feel obligated to do so. Let's see. Yeah, if this was a 3... Okay, this is a good point from Chili. If this is a 3... we basically create 4 different regions, because all 4 of these cells would need to be different regions. And if all 4 of these cells are different regions, we're going to have all kinds of problems. Not least of which is we already have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 regions up here. So this would have to be like that one maybe, but that one... Interestingly, if this was a 3, it couldn't even be red. Which is the thing it would certainly have to be. Anyway, there's no way this is a 3 because it creates too many regions and the regions can't overlap. Like here, the way we were okay with there being so many borders is that I was able to zig in and out. You cannot zig in and out over here because you isolate cells. So that's a 1, that's a 2. So this cell is at least 4. Let's see. This cell is at least 2. Okay, and it can't be 3. What if this was a 4? If this was a 4, it would involve putting a border here and a border here. Is there a problem with border here, border here? Not that I immediately see. Okay, let's see. Krabs says row 5, column 4 gives you a triple in column 4. So what could this be? So this can't be 1. It could be 2, I think. Can't be 3 or 4 or 5. And I don't think there's any way this could be 6, because there literally aren't 6 things it could see. So I think this just is a 2. Which makes this a 1, 3, which makes that not a 3, and this not a 1, for that matter. Let's see. Yeah, it was even better than a triple. It was a great spot. Even more useful than originally intended. Yeah, this is not red. I agree that these are not red because there's already a 3 in red. I mostly, just for the record, I try not to color something until I can do something with the coloring, because if I color it and then later I color something else, I might not know if they're the same or not. So I do 100% agree these are not red. But I'm not sure that is enough information to be conveyed by coloring them. Row 5, column 6. Let's see. Okay, so Uri says this isn't a border, right? So what goes wrong if this is the border? Then this is forced over here like that. Let's see. 1, 3 pair in column 4 is solvable. The bottom one can't be. Oh, yeah, the bottom one can't be a 3 for exactly, like, it's literally symmetrically positioned. For exactly the same reason this one couldn't be a 3, this one also can't be a 3. Because if it was, I'd put 1, 2, 3 bands. I'd have 4 different regions. And that is too many regions to cram into this part of the grid. So that's a 1, that's a 3. Good spot to Martin for that. So now that being a 3 puts in a whole bunch of borders. And now can I do anything with that whole bunch of borders? I don't think I can immediately. These two aren't in the same region. Yeah, this 3, 5 has to. So this 3, 5 has to get out. So it's going through row 5, which is going to be the second border that this 2 sees. Which means this 2 is the same color as that, right? These, in fact, are the same color. So I think that gives us our rationalization for coloring these. So the 3, 5 needs to get out. No matter what the 3, 5 does, it's going to get out. And when the 3, 5 gets out, it's going to create a border with the red 3. And that's going to be the one the 2 sees. So the 2 can't also have a border with this. So this is all one region. Although I don't really love the choice of color green there. Maybe I'll make this gray. You always need one disappointing gray region, right? Okay, tallcat also has a point that row 5, column 4 being a 2 limits row 5, column 2. Ah, right. Okay, so this can see not nearly as many cells as it used to be, because it sees 2 walls past here. So it could see up to 4 in its row, and then 5, 6. So this could never be bigger than 6. Now this is a different region. I'm going to make this one yellow, and it's different from gray, so it's going to have to snake out like that, at the very least. I keep being teased about there being more colors added, and then there keep not being more colors added. Someday there will be more colors. So that lets us zip in and put in these borders. The gray can't take a second 2. Good point. And I know this cell is red or gray. I just don't know which. Let's see. Is there anything that's difficult to place in this row? So I know this cell doesn't have that many options. This is well, it's not a 3. It's not a 4. It could be a 5. Not a 6. It's not a 7. It could be an 8 or a 9. So this is only a 5, 8, or 9. That cell's definitely not a 5. That cell's definitely not a 5. Annoyingly, this cell, I think, could be a 5. Row 5, column 6 can't be purple. Let's see. J says if the 5, 6 is a 6, the clue makes it purple. I don't think I understand that. Oh, the one clue. The one clue. There we go. Okay, so yeah, the one clue, right. If this border is here, this can't be a 6. But if this border is here, but if this is a 6, this border is here. So this is never a 6. It's a 5. Because if this is a 6, what has to happen is I get those 2 borders and then 1, 2, 3, 4 borders over there. And so then that gives me the 1 border here. And so this is now forced to be purple, and it can't be. So that's a 5. So that's not a 5. Yeah, that was very nice. Why is everyone telling me the 5 is yellow? Purple doesn't have a 5 yet. Because of the border count. Oh, the 5 has all its borders? Oh, I did not appreciate that at all. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Ah, yes. The 5 does have its border counts. So there are no more borders for the 5 to see. So, yeah, there's the border in there, but that's not a border, which means this is yellow. And we should briefly justify that yellow and purple are not the same because we didn't know they were going to meet one day. But yellow and purple are not the same because they both have a 1. So that goes down there, which chases purple one step further down. Now, this cell is also going to be let's see, what is it going to be? It's not 1, 2, could be 3. It's not 4, could be 5. It's not 6. It's not 7. It could be 8 or 9. So this is 3, 5, 8, or 9 for sure. Let's see. Let's see. Someone in chat is suggesting looking at 2s. So the only remaining 2s in the grid, there are 3 remaining 2s in the grid, and they are all over here. So this is our 2 zone over down here. So I think the claim is yellow can't make it to the 2 zone. I think yellow can just make it to the 2 zone. So I'm going to pencil mark that, even though it's completely ridiculous. Yeah, yellow, I think, can barely make it to the 2 zone. I think it's going to require a more intricate argument to say that yellow needs to get this 2. I suspect that we can avoid having to make that argument. Okay. Row 7, column 2. Now, Martin is talking about. So it's at most 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. It's at most 5, but it's not 2, 3, or 5. So it is a 4. Good spot. So that being a 4 makes that a 7 and that a 4. Seems unlikely to be relevant, but we'll do it anyway. Oops, I did not do that right. Let's try again. Not 4 or 7. There's still 2 places for a 4. Let's see. Now, did this do anything? So I know now there is a total of 2 more borders that it is not seeing. Or that it is not yet seen. So it could be there and there, or it could be that this is one of them. It's 2 of the 3 of there, and there. Row 7, column 8 is restricted now. Oh, is this going to be the 2? That would be great. Okay, what's the maximum this could possibly be? Yes, this is now going to have to be 2, and we're going to have to not think about the 2 thing that people in chat are talking about. Because now, what's the most it could be? 1, 2, 3, 4. But it can't be a 1, 3, or 4. So this is a 2. And so these aren't 2. So now I don't think yellow can even in any fantasy universe reach a 2 in the 2 zone. Yellow certainly can't reach this 2. So now yellow has to reach this 2 in order to possibly finish, which it could do in a few different ways. But this is going to have to be yellow. It's that yellow. So now this 2 means it already sees all the borders. So there's no border there, which just means that these things are also red. Now, that is nice. Now there is a border down here. Don't see that yet. It's at most 1, 2. Oh, but it could be a whole bunch in this direction, I suppose. Let's see. Okay, so these cells, I want to just keep track of my Sudoku. These are my 6, 7, 8, 9. Let's see. What about 3s? Do I know much about 3s? Not a lot, unfortunately. People are pointing out that gray can't possibly now not take this cell and maybe this cell because yellow needs to connect over here. And so yellow could certainly let gray take this cell, but yellow can only let gray take that cell. If gray takes another cell after that, it cuts off yellow. So gray is maximum 5 cells where it's currently at, which means that these 2 cells have to be gray. Good spot from chat there. Let's see. Oh, Sudoku point from Donatello. That cell can't be 3, so now the only place for 3 up here is here. So that's helpful. We do draw in a border here. I don't know that it helps us. We get a border here. Okay, so now that border being here actually helps. Because this border being here tells me I see 1, and then I see another, so this cell's also red. By the fact that we definitely see all the borders. So this sees a border, so this cell's not red, which we knew. Spoiler. Because that would make red too big, I think. Let's see. Row 6, column 8. Sorry, this is row 6, column 8. Let's see, this is not 1, 2, or 3. Okay, so it's at most 1, 2, 3, 4. This is the part where it gets mucky. I've got to at least get yellow, but I could even do, I could do that kind of yellow and make this thing really big. If, yellow and gray have lots of borders. Row 6, column 3. I think you're right. I just didn't try to figure out, is that possible? But it's not. Yeah, so I think there's a parity thing here that forces yellow to take this. I think if yellow starts back here, it actually takes 2 more cells to collect this cell. So yes, I believe tallcat that this is yellow. It's probably a 3. Yeah, yellow also can't pass through this 4, but even if this 4 wasn't here, it would still be true, I think. But you're right, it's much, much easier to argue that it can't work with this 4 here, but this is still 5 cells. Sorry, this is still 6 cells. So yeah, purple could take this cell, but even in the universe where purple does take this cell, it's still not done. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So purple always takes this cell. Purple already has a 4. So that's a border. This 4 is, of course, not yellow, and it's not purple, so it's whatever color is in here. Let's see. All right, purple can't take this cell because that puts too many borders with the 4. Because if purple does take this cell, now the 4 is way too high. Now the 4 is like a 15 or something. Right, so this cell's not purple. good point. So now purple has to finish here. And given that 3 in purple is only in one of these two places, and this digit's a 7, I did beat you to that one, tallcat. I at least got one thing before tallcat did. Let's see. Okay, so these are 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Okay, so these are those. Okay, these aren't 2. That one's not a 4. That one's not a 7. Let's see. These 3 cells. There's probably a lot of hidden singles or naked singles floating around. Not a 2. We need a 3. We've got a 4. We need a 5. We got a 6, 7. We need an 8 and a... No, sorry. We have a 4. It's just 5, 8, 9. Is all that's left down here. Although I think those digits are all completely uninteresting. Let's see. I missed the 3. Thank you. But that one's not 3. So one of these two is 3. Let's see. These are 6, 7, 8, 9. That one's not a 9. That one's not a 7. Let's see. Do I know anything about this cell yet? I don't think so. Unfortunately. There's one border in here. Okay, so now Totally Normal Cat says if yellow tries to complete in its exotic option, if yellow tries to complete like this, which is the only way that yellow does not take this cell, I'm being told this breaks the bottom left. So now if I look at this, I've now got a hard border here. So this is a region which now has to get out. But now this is a different region, which now can only get to 5 cells. So yeah, I agree. So this is yellow. Okay, so that... that forces gray to get out more, but I don't think that's interesting. Let's see. This is probably going to be where yellow gets its 3. Let's see. What's left in this column? I haven't marked that. Let's see. We need a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We need a 6. We got a 7. We need an 8. And we need a 9. That one's not a 1. That one's not a 1. These cells are a... Let's see. We need a 3, a 4. We need a 5. We got a 6. We got a 7. We need an 8 and a 9. And that one's not a 3. My pencil marks tell me. Let's see. Yeah, this has to get out. Oh, it has to get out through column 2. Garion is saying. I mean, my bet is that the yellow 3 is here, but I don't think I know yet. So this region, which I guess I'll go ahead and make blue. Blue has to take this cell for sure. No questions about that. So I think Garion was saying if blue tries to do this, then the world breaks. And yes, if blue tries to do this, the world breaks. Because if blue doesn't take this cell, blue has to take this cell. And now I need a region border, so blue ends here. And so blue then takes this cell, and now these cells are stranded. So yeah, so blue does escape through here. So those are all blue. And that's blue. And now we're starting to get some real progress on what's going on down in this universe. Pause briefly to ask if blue could be yellow, then laugh and continue. Green now can come out here. So yellow now is really running out of cells. How many cells are left in yellow? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. There's 2 cells left in yellow. So notably, there's a 3 in this column, and there's a 3 in this column. So let's highlight the 3s. Yellow can't take this 3, because if yellow takes this 3, it kills blue too soon. And yellow can't possibly get to a 3 over here somewhere. So yeah, so my statement that I thought this was the yellow 3 is correct. This is the only place for yellow to get a 3. Makes that the purple 3. Now blue has to keep growing. That is correct. I agree. Green's going to get its 3 here, isn't it? I think. Where are the... So let's finish the 3s in the grid. Okay, so yes, this is the last 3. Yes, so green does indeed get its 3 here, which means this cell is green, which means all of these are green. Hey, Clover, how are you? This is a cool little chaos construction, although it is bigger than 4x4, so it is breaking my brain a little bit. The other 3 is blue. Yes, of course. The other 3 has to go in the only other region. So let's see. Okay, so are people telling me I can place the last 2? Is that the claim? Okay, these are 2s. Oh, one of these 2s is green. So one of these 2s is blue. So those are my remaining 2. So one of these is the green 2. One of these is the blue 2, which means blue has to get somewhere. Blue has to get over here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Ah, okay. Blue has to get here because it's the only one it could get. Okay, so good point. I didn't think that was going to be worth thinking about, but chat was emphatic, so we got there. So blue's now done, and that's the 2. So bet sells a 2. So that's the last 2 for green. Now we continue. This is not a 2 anymore. Now this cell can't be anything but yellow, because there's nowhere else to get it. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yellow needs another cell. It can only get it there. Yellow is done. This 3 has ruled 3 out of that cell. Or alternatively, I could put a whole bunch of 3s in the row, whichever you want. Let's see. I know this cell is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. No, I know this cell is a 6, 7, 8, or 9 by the law of leftovers. And it is not... because these 2 cells have to go somewhere in green. And green only gets 1 more cell. So yeah, so these 2 cells in green go here and wherever else that is. So this is a 6, 7, 8, or 9, but it's not a 6. It's a 7, 8, 9. Okay. I was briefly concerned that I had said something completely nonsensical, but I think it was sensible. This is a 6, 7, 8, or 9. Just to finish up that. Let's see. Blue needs a 1. Where is blue getting its 1? Only here, right? blue can't get a 1 there. Oh, no, sorry, it's not only there. It could also be there. Blue is getting its 1 in one of those two cells. Notable. Okay. This arrow is now very restricted. In fact, I think I now know what it is, almost. So this arrow, it's going to see 1 border here, 2, 3, and then 4. So this is a 4 or a 5. I think this cell has finally grown into its own. I think it can only be a 4 or a 5, based on whether there's an extra. Oh, actually, I think because we know all the regions, I don't think there's any cell that could get here, right? Because gray, red, and green are the only 3 regions left. And gray, even if it tries to go straight here, doesn't have enough cells. So in fact, we actually know what this is. There's only 1 border here between red and green. So there's 1 border there, 2 here, 3, 4. This is a 4. So this is not a 4, which makes this a 4. Let's see. So, yeah, there's already a blue 4. Okay. Now, where is gray getting a 1 from is what chat is asking. And I think that has become very clear as we have sort of filled this all in. So there are a couple 1s left in the grid, but gray, remember, gray can't get further than here. So gray can only get its 1 from one of these 2 cells, and that one can't be a 1. So this is the gray 1. Sorry, I saw chat saying that a while ago, but I was doing other things. Okay. So what else does gray need? Gray also needs a 4. And so the gray 4 is going to have to be this 4, because gray can't take a 4 here, and the only way gray is taking that 4 is that way, which is then going to make a gray finish. So now this cell is red. This is a 6, 7, 8, or 9, and it's not a 9, so this is a 6, 7, or 8, which means this is a 9, which means that's an 8. So let's keep going. So this is not an 8 or a 9, so it's a 6. That's a 7. That 6 makes this a 7 or an 8, but it's not an 8, so it's a 7. That's a 6, that's an 8. Okay, let's carefully try and make sure we do all the Sudoku we can off of that. So these are not 7 or 8. Let's see. It's not 7 either. It's 6 or 9. That's a 6-9 pair. Makes that an 8. Means that's the 7. Okay, we're carefully continuing our Sudoku here. So that's not a 7. Oh, that was never, ever, ever a 7. Blue has had a 7 since blue was born. But that's okay. This isn't a 6 either. It's an 8 or a 9. So that's an 8-9 pair for the column, which makes that a 6 and that a 9. Oops, wrong digit. This is not an 8. Let's see. This is not a 6 anymore. Oh, we have an 8-9 pair in this column, so that's in fact a 7. So that's a 4. These aren't 7. That's not 4. That's not 8 or 1, so that's the 6. So these are not 6 anymore. They're a 1-8 pair. Let's see. These aren't 9 anymore. Let's see. Can I resolve this 1-8 pair? You'd think so. That's not a 9 anymore. Let's see. this was a very generously set puzzle. I'm curious how many extra clues there are in this that were not necessary, but that made it less painful for the solvers. Okay, now we can play. No, we still can't play 1 in blue. Darn it. But I am being encouraged to play 1 in row 8. Well, 1 in row 8 is definitely in blue. 7 in row 8, I'm now being asked about. Okay, 7 in row 8 is a good question. So 7 in row 8 is here. No. Uh-oh. Did I break the puzzle? No. 7 in row 8 is here. 7 is not in blue, and it's not there. It's not anywhere else. So, yeah, 7 in row 8 is there. So these two cells, what are they? They are not a 2. 3, 4, 5, and 9 is what these are. Let's see. Okay, so this is... Oh, that's a 9. I just never filled that in. So this column needs 2 digits, which are a 5 and an 8. Was not as helpful as I hoped it would be. Let's see. So definitely an 8 over here. So green, remember, gets 1 more digit, and it's going to be one of these two. So this cell can't be a 6, because if this cell was a 6, it would mean green could never get a 6, because green can't have a 6 over here. So this cell's an 8. There's probably a smarter way to see that than that. But anyway, that works. So that's a 5. That's an 8. That's not an 8. Let's see. Okay, so now this cell is the green 8. So let's see. So this cell's not an 8 anymore. Blue 8 wants to look up, I'm told. Okay, so we'll let the blue 8 look up just for Russ. So 1 and 8. Thank you for advocating for the blue 8. That 1 looks back down, sees that that's a 6. That 8 looks up, sees that that's a 5, a 9, an 8, a 5, a 9, a 5, and 8. Let's see. Oh, I guess I should have said, now we know that these two cells are red because every other region is done and then drawn in the border. So that's a 9, that's a 5. So now probably we can finish the Sudoku. I believe in us. That's the one that I've been talking about for what feels like the whole puzzle. 4, 5. Okay, this needs to be a 6. And let's see, what does green need? 4. Very nice puzzle. I liked that one. I especially liked the generosity at the beginning. Was very cool and made sure you knew what you were counting, so that you could sort of get underway. And so, like, having all of these borders here was interesting. I like that you have some unusual shapes. Like, you don't see this one in a chaos construction a lot, or this one. So, you start to give inappropriate names to all of the various chaos construction shaped regions, and so it's always nice to see one that doesn't already sort of have an internal name. Yeah, I think this is the one where the LMD comments said that it was going to get a lot harder at the end. I do think it got harder at the end, but I don't think it was a lot harder at the end. We're now rating puzzles by what food prep they most resemble. Yeah, Phistomefel did something like that, Garion. Not quite, but yeah, I could definitely imagine there being a chaos construction where it's all 3x3 cells. Like, surprise. How quickly into the puzzle would people figure out that that was probably what it was going to be? That would be the hard part, would be keeping it a surprise at the end when it finally turned out that everything collapsed into that. But yeah, and I could tell from the way that chat was talking through the whole thing, there were lots of available paths. So it was never a point of like, oh, we have to wait until someone spots that there's a hidden one in this whatever. Like, chat was saying more things than I could respond to in time, and then I was also finding other things. So that suggests to me that, yeah, I think this is a fairly open puzzle, which is very nice. Alrighty, I'm going to take a short break. I'll be back with another puzzle in just a moment, but I would like again to thank all of the patrons. Thank you, David, for the super chat earlier. That was much appreciated. And I will see you all very shortly. Welcome back, everyone. We've got, or we've done today so far, two heavy nonsense puzzles. So I figured we'd wrap up on a nice palate cleanser of a nice pure arrow puzzle with no frills, I don't think. No, there are frills. Interesting. I could have read the rules beforehand. Okay, well, we have a fancy arrow puzzle that I have no idea what the rules are. We'll find out together. To wrap up one, this puzzle has been in the bucket for forever. It's very easy for puzzles to just sort of like get lost in the vast bucket of puzzles to do. So I think I originally saw this puzzle who knows how long ago. Hey Logan, welcome. I can preview that one of the membership perks that will be available when we start doing memberships is access to seeing what's in the bucket and voting on things you'd like to see. So if there are things you'd very much like to see me do, there will be an option for that soon. All right, so let's read the rules. So we have normal Sudoku rules, and then we have paros. Digits on an arrow must sum to the digit in the circle. Digits on the arrow must be of the same parity. Okay. So, hey Fred, welcome. I don't think Tallcat has usually been too hesitant to help with solving puzzles he has solved/made. So hopefully Tallcat's help will be more useful on this puzzle, even than usual. Okay. Circle digits do not have to have the same parity. 642 and 615 are both valid. Oh, thank you, Tallcat. So Tallcat says, thanking the Tea-bringer for his tireless quenching of Zeta's thirst and being an awesome producer. Yes, thank you, Tristan, for all that you do for us. It is much appreciated. You are much valued. Okay, so I suppose the point here is that I can start by coloring every arrow by its length. Well, I can start by coloring every length 2 arrow by its length. So all of these are the sum of two numbers of the same parity. And so being the sum of two numbers of the same parity must mean that they are even. So all of these digits are even, and blue just means even, because why wouldn't it? So all of these are odd, because there are only 4 even digits in Sudoku. So these are 2, 4, 6, 8. And now a cool thing is that one of these now has to be a 2. Now, if you think about it, the only way to make 2 is as a double 1. So that's interesting. Okay. I now need to make this odd total as a sum of 3 digits of the same parity. The only way to do that is with 3 odds, because if I put 3 evens together, then I would get an even number. Oh yes, Tallcat should definitely shout out if there is a good bet cell. I am always happy to accommodate the bet cells. Okay, so these can't both be double even, so one of them is double odd. But the fact that one of them is double odd means that all the odds are used for the row, so that's even. Let's see. Given Goals just said exactly the cell that I just put there. Okay, we have the official Tallcat sponsored bet cell. Is row 1, column 9. So you can vote on what you think row 1, column 9 will turn out to be. Okay. So one of these is double 1. Okay, this is a good thing to ask about. Okay, one of these is double 1, but one of them is a 4. Well, the 4 can't go up here, because if the 4 went up here, the double 1 would see... oh, sorry, no, 4 could be 2 plus 2. No, that doesn't work either. So one of these two is a 2. So the fact that one of them is a 2 with a 1 and a 1 means the other one can't be a 4 with either a 1 and a 3 or a 2 and a 2. Neither option is allowable. So there is no 4 up here, which means there is a 4 down here, which means that the one of these arrows that's 2 odds is a 1 and a 3, which means that these two cells are a 1 and a 3. So that's interesting. So these are 5, 7, 9. Not too surprising. Okay. So could I have the 6 down here? If I had the 6 down here, it would be as a sum not of 1 and 5, but of 2 and 4, but that seems okay. Beautiful. Okay. The double 1 arrow sees this cell. So I don't know which of these two is the double 1 arrow, but one of them is a double 1 arrow. So that's a 3, that's a 1. This is reminding me of that really awesome parody Sorry. Apologies if I just destroyed the world slightly. This is reminding me of that awesome parody arrow puzzle that I did on Rank's stream that Directionary made. That one stood out to me as a memorable puzzle. Okay. This can never be a 2, just for the record, because it sees one of its digits sees the double 1. So this is 4, 6, or 8. I'm just going to fill in. Let's see. Yeah, tallcat puzzles are good puzzles. Okay, so this is not a 2. These two can't be double 1. So 4, 6, 8. If this were 4, these would be a 1, 3 pair, which would make these at least 5, 7. That's never going to happen. So that's not a 4 either. In fact, I want to look at what's the minimum these two can sum to is 4, plus 1 is 5. What if there's not a 1 here? Then these would be at least 8 with a 1 there. That's annoying. Let's see. Well, I can't use 1, 3 here, can I? Because if I used 1, 3 here, this would have to be at least 5, 7. Oh, no, this one could be 2 evens. It just couldn't be 2 evens if it's 4. Okay. So one of these is a 4. And the other is a 6 or an 8. I'm just trying to think about where those go in this row. Okay, so I think chat is pointing out that if this digit is odd, it's at least a 5, which would make this arrow minimum 5, 1, 1 would be 7. So this arrow is 7, 8, 9, I believe. It's so close to being useful, too. Okay, maybe I should ask myself what the arrow that's double even is. I guess it's either the arrow that's double even. So in this row, there is an arrow that's double even that's summing to 6 or 8. 6 would be 2 and 4. 8 would be 2 and 6. So there's always a 2 on these. So this is not a 2 either. It's a 4, 6, or 8. Let's see. This started out so nicely, and now it's getting mean again. Let's see. A lot of these arrows don't really see each other. I'm trying to see if there's some obvious place that I can't have a double even or a double odd or something. Thank you, Logan, for the $4.20 donation and for the congratulations on 1,080 subs. Very much appreciated. I appreciate all of you who've helped this community sort of grow over time. It is very cool. I am perplexed. Let's see. What should I be looking at now? What is the tallcat question to ask now? I'm sure that number was chosen completely at random without any things. Should I be asking where 4 goes? Let's see. Jay says if row 4, column 6 is a 2, then the row 3, column 9 arrow is broken. Okay, so if this is a 1, now these 2 digits can't be 1. And so they're at least 2. But this digit can't be a 2. I see. Okay. So if this is 211, then either we've got a digit where we've got a 3, a 5. Okay, what's wrong with 351 in this instance? If this is 1 1. Yeah, I don't see what's wrong with the 9135 business. I mean, you don't have to worry about tallcat spotting it earlier. You just know tallcat spotted it earlier. Can the 2 and 4 arrow be on the same side? Is an interesting question. Okay, so the 2 arrow is double 1. So yeah, the 2 arrow and the 4 arrow are on different sides. So I think the point of that is that one of these 3 cells in both boxes is a 1, because the 4 arrow is going to put a 1 over here, and the 2 arrow is going to put 1 there, and we know they're on opposite sides. So the 1s are always in these cells. Is it possible that this digit's a 1? Would that break? Could we add anti-knight, perhaps? Because if this is a 1 and we added anti-knight, this arrow would be too big. So I think that's an important deduction. So what does that mean for box 8 orange cells? Box 8 only has 1 orange cell as far as I've currently seen it. Are we talking about, do we actually mean box 7? Yeah, we said these can't be a 1-3 pair before, because if these are a 1-3 pair, it breaks this, right? Oh no, maybe not. Okay, so maybe we thought about this before and it didn't work, but maybe now we can stretch it. Okay. So if this is a 1-3, it means that's a 1. Because if this is a 1-3 pair, it means the 4 is over here with a 1-3, and then so this is not a 1-3, so that's the 1. Not seeing that. Am I supposed to disprove that this is two odds or disprove that this is two evens or something like that from this? Oh, right. Beautiful. Okay. Got it now. Okay, thank you, Yura. I'm going to temporarily corner mark 1s up here. So what Yura has observed is that either this is a 1-3 pair or this is a double 1 pair. And so the consequence of that is that if this is a 1-3, then, well, that's not a 1, so this is a 1. But also, this isn't a 1, so this is a 1. And it puts two 1s there. So this can't be a 1-3. This is at least 1-5, which means that this cell is at most 3. It is a 1 or a 3. And so these are from... Let's see. So you could ask, like, could they be 1-5? But then I'm not certain. Hey, Kuraban. I'm not certain that is quite as potent of an observation. Row 6, column 4 loses an option. Right. Row 6, column 4 loses the option to be a 5. 7's never been an option for this error. Oh, no, 7 is an option. If it's 1-5-1, that would be fine. The 1 X-wings. I mean, we don't have 1 X-wings, do we? I don't think we do. Like, this does not actually mean that there's a 1 over here, keep in mind. If this is the 2, it does put an enormous amount of pressure on this arrow. Oh, let's see. Tallcat likes looking at this arrow. Let's see. Am I supposed to be looking at whether this could be... If this is all even, it would have to be an 8. With a 2, a 4, and a 2. That's the only way... Sorry. A 2, and a 4. It would be a 2 there, a 4 here. That's the only way that this arrow could be all evens. Let's see. Okay, totally normal cat says if this is a 2, then row 8, column 4 is a 1. Which sees the entire arrow. Sees the entire what arrow? Oh, sorry, row 8, column 4. I highlighted the wrong one. Okay. So I think that's a good observation. This digit sees this entire arrow. I think that is a good thing to observe. And then we have the other option, eliminates 1 from row 8, column 7. Column 7. Okay, so Why was it if this was a 2? Sorry, I'm losing it. If this is a 2, this is a 1 and a 1. Why does that make this a 1? Because this would have to be 3 and 5, and so this would have to be 1. Okay, so if this is the 2, this is a 1. And that rules 1 off of this arrow in its entirety. And then the other option is that this is the 2, in which case that's a 1 and a 1. That can't be a 1, and there's no repeated 1 on this arrow. So I believe that if I parse that correctly, the point is there's never 2 1s on this arrow. And so if this arrow is summing evens, it's summing to 8. If it's summing odds, it's getting to 9. So this is never a 7. That is, I believe, the consequence of totally normal cat's claim. There's no 1 in row 8, column 7. Right. This digit can't be a 1. Can row 9, column 7 really be an 8? What's wrong with 2, 2, 4? Okay, let's see. If row 4, column 6... No, sorry, row 4, column 6 is a 2, then we can't have all the evens on box 9 arrow. Then we can't have all evens on box 9 arrow. Okay, this is a 2. These are both 1s. I don't think I follow that. Let's see. Okay, so if this can't be a 1... okay. So if this arrow were odd, the minimum value of this is 3. The minimum value of these two, note, is not 1, 3. It's 1, 5. So 1, 5, and 3 is exactly 9. But this can't be 1, 5, and 3 either, because if it were 1, 5, and 3... Okay, so here's the point. Because this can't have a repeated 1, the only way that this works is if it's 1, 5, and 3, and it can't be, because that would rule out all the candidates from this cell. Okay, I think that's the elegant way to see this, is to say, okay, how would this arrow possibly work if it's a 9, given that this can't be a 1? Well, the minimum of these two would be 1, 5, with that being a 3, but that doesn't work because it breaks this cell. Tricksy. Okay, so that's an 8, and all of these are even. Oh, that's an 8, and we can just write these in. So that makes that a 2. These are both 1s. That's a 4. Sorry, that's not a 4. That's not how that works. That's the 4. These are a 1, 3. So those are both odd. 1 is odd. These aren't 1 anymore. That's not a 2 anymore. That's not a 4 anymore. These are even. They're not 1. So let's see. Okay, so this does not have a 1. So yes, so that's the 1. This is a 3, 5 pair. So the only way that this is double odd is if this is a 7 with a 1 here, which actually seems fairly likely now that I look at it. Let's see. So that's a whole bunch of odds in the column. We need the 7 and the 9 still. Okay. So this 6, if this were 6, it would have to be 2, 4, which would have to go... and it can't have a 2 on it. That's the point. This arrow, if it were 6, It would need to be 2, 4 because it couldn't be double 1 because the one's looking at it, but neither cell on it can be 2. So it's an 8. I think that was SPQ's comment. So that's an 8. So it can't have a 2 on it. So how am I making 8 without a 2 or a 1? So it's either 3, 5 or it's double 4. I don't think I immediately see how to decide which of those it is. I definitely see now, though, that this can't be even, because if this was even, it would be a 6, which would way break. So, in fact, all of these are odd. This one's not a 1. Spoiler. 3, 1. This is at least 5, so this is 5, 7, or 9. Ranks has discovered an expert technique, which is that because of this being an 8, this has become a 6. Thank you. Thank you for helping. So these two are now 2, 4. That's not a 4, so that's a 6, 8 pair. Let's see. So these are a 2, 4, and a 6 or an 8. It's not immediately helpful, but I suspect it will be eventually helpful. Let's see. There does have to be a 1 in one of these places. This can't be a 6. Because if this were a 6, what's it going to be? Well, it can't be 1, 5, because, well, this cell can't be 1 or 5, and it can't be 2, 4, because this cell can't be 2 or 4. So this is an 8, and probably worth observing that this digit is at least 6. So this is a 6 or 7, and this is a 1 or a 2, except this can't be a 2. So in fact, this is a 7, and that's a 1, in order to make this work. Okay. So now there's a 1 over here somewhere. I don't know if that's useful. Let's see. I've used all but the 9 in this box for odds. This can't be a 4 anymore. Let's see. If this wanted to be an even arrow, this would need to be an 8 with a 6 here and a 2 here, but that doesn't work. So this is not an even arrow. It's an odd arrow. I people in chat have been telling me for a while that I could figure out I could figure out what this arrow was, and I was like, I'm not willing to think about all the permutations of it yet. But I realize now that the reason why chat has been telling me I could identify what this arrow is because I know the digits on it are a 1, 3, and 5, and 1, 3, and 5 add to 9. Yeah, I was definitely not avoiding it. I was just thinking that I was going to have to do case analysis in order to figure out what this was, and I didn't want to do that yet. But it turned out that was not necessary. Let's see. So the 9 in this box can only go there or there. Don't know which one yet. Let's see. Okay. This 8, if it's even... Yeah, okay. I think I've already done this calculation. If this 8 is even, it's 4, 4. And if it's odd, it's 3, 5. And it would have to go in the order 3 there, 5 there, because there's a 3 in this box already. Let's see. I feel like this cell almost certainly has to be a 1. If it's not a 1, it's at least a 3. 3, 1, 3 would still be fine. Let's see. The 2 in this box is Okay, so these two cells are a 2-9 pair. That seems like an important observation. Because where is the 2 going in this box? Well, it's not going in this circle. So the 2 and the 9 are both there and there. Oh, and I know which one's the 2. That one's actually not a 2. So that's a 9 and that's a 2. Okay, so that seems like a very important observation. Okay, so that's a 9, that's a 2. Okay, so that's all the evens for this column. So these orangify themselves for us. The 6 in this box now has to go in one of these two cells. So one of these two is a 6. Let's see. If this were a 6, it would need to be as a sum of a 1 and a 5. If this was a 6, I think it could be a 4 and a 2. If this were a 6, it couldn't be a 1 and a 5. But it could be 3 and 3, probably. No, it couldn't be 3 and 3 because of the 3, 5 there. So this digit is not 3, 5, or 9, I'm noticing, or 1. So it is 7 or even. I don't know that that's super helpful, but this side can't be 3 plus 3 because it's looking at a 3, 5 pair. This side could be 3 plus 3, I think. I think I just omitted that possibility. For no particularly good reason, as it would happen. This cell is odd because it sees 2, 4, 6, and 8, which I'm sure Tallcat knew was my favorite deduction, which is why he put it in the puzzle. And I'm sure it will prove to be helpful. These also all see 2, 4, 6, and 8, so they are all odd. So these are all from 3, 5, 7, 9. Except this one's not 3 or 5, so this one's 7 or 9. That one's not 7. That I should have seen a long time ago, but I was not paying good enough attention, apparently. So that's a bunch more odds for the column. Let's see. So there's a 6 in one of these two cells. That is what I am learning out of my life. Oops. No, I don't want to restart. Row 5, therefore, can be blued. Thank you, Josh. So these are, and that gives me that these are 2 and 8. So this is a 6, so that's an 8. Oops. Somehow I already knew that was an 8. I guess I knew this was an 8, and then I never bothered to fill in that meant this was a 6. Okay, so the remaining digit here is a 4. So yeah, there's a 4 in here somewhere. Is the point. 8 in box 8 is in one of... Oh, no, 8 in box 8 is here. Thank you. So that is an 8, and so now we can place the 8 over here. I am being reassured by chat. That is an 8. Excellent. So now the 8 up here is in one of these spots. Well, it's not in that one. The 8 is in one of these two. Let's see. Oh, I now know that these are a 6-8 pair. I don't know how long I've known that. Could this one be a double 4? I think this one could be a double 4 if it's an 8, annoyingly. Let's see. 8 in box 3. It's up here somewhere. No, it even could be there. I'm not sure what 8 in box 3 I'm supposed to see yet. Let's see. So the if this is even, it's a 4. I don't have a ton of 6s. It would really help if I had more 6s. This cell sees 2, 4, 6, and 8. So this cell's odd. So this is 3, 5, or 9. Good catch. Keenan points out this cell is also sees 2, 4, 6, and 8, so it's odd. So one of these two is a 6, but I don't know which one. These are both from 5, 7, 9. I'm going to fill out. One of these two is the 9, so this is not 1 or 9. This is 3, 5, or 7. Let's see. Row 9, column 1 is 2 or 4. How do I know it's even? The arrow in boxes 1 and 2 can't be both odd, because the minimum for row 1, column 3 would be 7. Okay, yes, I agree. So 1, 3, and 5 are gone in this column. So if this was odd, it would be at least 7, which would mean this would be a 1, but it can't be. So this is a double even arrow, which finishes the evens. Thank you, Yura, for the column. This is a 4, just by force. So this cell is a 2 or a 4, based on whether this is a 6 or an 8 that we're adding to. Let's see. So that's a 2, 4 pair in the column. Doesn't immediately tell me much. Okay, so More Crabs asks about 6 in column 7. So 6 can't go here because it would require a 2 here. 6 can go here, and 6 can go here. So I think, oh no, 6 can't go there because there's a 6 in the box. So 6 in column 2 has to go here, exactly. Okay, so yeah, so one of these two cells is a 4. So one of these two cells is a 4. Because in this column, so the whole point, the whole deduction is that this is orange. Because either this cell's a 4, in which case this cell's orange, or this cell's a 4, in which case this cell's also 4, and this is orange. So I think the deduction here is that this cell's always orange. So this is 5, 7, 9. Let's see. Okay, so yeah, so these are... Okay, I should mark these for candidates, right? Because if this is 3, 5, then it looks like that. It can't be 1, 7. So it's either that or it's 4, 4. Those are the possibilities. Okay. Let's see. Row 8, column 8 sees every blue, I am told. Yes, it does see every blue. Gorgeous. 2, 4, 6, 8. Bam. You are orange now. May God have mercy on your soul. Okay, let's see. Where are the 2, 2, 4s in box 7? Let's see. Well, neither of them is there. Could they both be down here? Well, I guess neither of them is here, and they're not both here. So one of them's always here. I guess the way I'd say that is, where does this digit go in this box? This digit in this box only goes here. Okay. Okay, do I know anything about this? So if this were 4, 4, what would that do to this arrow? Oh, well, let's see. Okay, so can this ever be, in any universe, be an even arrow? Like, can this be 8, 2, 6? Maybe I don't see why not. 9's in box 1. Says ranks have to be here and here because you can't put 9 on an arrow, which rules 9 out of there. And in fact pushes 9 into one of these two cells, which then rules 9 out of there, which then forces 9 into one of these two cells. Oops, 9? No. I think I screwed up my pencil marks there. Oops. Yes, I did. I wanted to 9 those two cells. Do I know which of these is 9? Now I can ask about 9 in row 8. Thank you, Ben. So 9 can't go here. And so 9 in row 8 has to go in one of these two cells. I'm being told I know which one. Okay, yeah, so can I do the same trick up here? Not quite. Let's see, so the 9 in this box is in one of those. Well, it's not that cell. 9 in this box is in one of these cells. Yeah, I don't see how the 9 is coming up over here, but I believe you. This is certainly 3, 5, or 9. I can at least try and keep up the pencil marks. Row 3, column 2 is an 8. Well, it's not a 2. It's not a 4. So it's certainly a 6 or an 8. If it were... and it can't be a 6 because all the ways of making 6 are broken. That's really clever. Okay, so if this was a 6, I would have to make 1, 5, or 2, 4, and these two both break that. That's gorgeous. Okay, so that's an 8. Really enjoyed that step. Okay, so this is an 8. And so the question is, am I making 8 as 3, 5, or as 2, 6? I'm not making this 8 as 4, 4, I can tell you. Let's see. Did this 8 Sudoku me anything? I'm not sure that this 8 Sudoku'd me anything. Yeah, the row 8, column 1 is a naked single. Okay, it is not 1, 3, 5, 7, so it could be 9. It's not 2, 4, or 8, so it's certainly 6 or 9, and it's not 9, so it's 6. Gorgeous. Okay. Very nice. Whoever pointed it out, Ranks did not take credit for it. So that's a 6. So that's orange. Let's see. That's the last blue in this column, so that's orange. Let's see. Okay, so this is 3, 5, 7, or this is 5, 7, or 9. Oh, it's not 9. Oh, I had my 9s pencil marked in this box, so this just is the 9. So that's not 9. If I had paid attention to my pencil marks, I would have known that. So there is a 9 in one of these two cells. And likewise, there's a 4 in one of these two cells. Let's see. Row 2, column 3 is a naked single 7. It's not 1 or 9 or 3 or 5. Yep, it sure is. Thank you. So that's a 7. So these are from 1, 3, 5. Not terribly surprising, I'll be honest. In fact, actually, I don't think this can... Maybe it can be a 1. Never mind. Let's see. Okay, so More Crab says, if this is a 3, it makes row 6, column 7 a 1, and then breaks the row 2, column 7 arrow. The row 2, column 7 arrow. So if this were a 3, that would be a 1. This would be a 5. And now this cell can't be 1 or 3, and so it's too big. Okay, yeah, that's complicated to see. So if this is a 3, then that's a 1, which makes this a 5. Okay, so this is a 5. Now what's this cell? Well, it's not 1 or 3, it's at least a 5. So that's a good spot. Although now More Crabs is telling me it's not at all what they intended, but it's true. This is not a 3. So it's a 4, and that's a 4. So these are both orange. Sorry, I don't know that that one's orange. I know that this one's orange. Now these two cells are orange because they see the 4. Oh, I originally pointed at this cell, and yeah, then I eventually pointed at the correct cell. So now this cell is orange because it sees everything that's even. So this must be the last even, so it's a 6. So now column 8 is done, parity-wise. Nickel's pointing out. Thank you, Nickel. Let's see. This is a 2 or an 8. Let's see. Yeah, there's 1 even down here. Let's see. Unfortunately, these 2 8s are the same 2 8. Okay, if this is 1, 3, or 5, what's this? Well, this is never 1. Is this always 3 or 5? Oh no, it's 3, 5, or 7, so it's not very exciting. Poor 9 in column 7. Yeah, so 9 in column 7 can't go on the arrow, so that's the 9. Sorry, totally normal cat. I apologize for contributing to the extinction of 9s. Oh no, are we making it even worse by now asking about where the 9 in column 8 is? Because the 9 in column 8 has to go here, because the 9 in the box is in one of these 2 cells. So now this 9 is up here somewhere. Not there, but it's in one of those 2 cells. We're placing 9 in row 8. Don't we already have a 9 in row 8? I do notice, however, we have a bunch of evens in row 8. So this is only a 3 or a 5 left to survive. And this has become even at some point, and a 6. I don't know when that happened. Nobody tells me anything anymore. Let's see. That's only 4 of the odds for this this row. There's probably other places to look, though. Let's see. 1's in box 2. Right, 1 in box 2 is there. Would have been quite surprising if that wasn't a 1, if I'm being completely honest. Let's see. Tell Rocky we say hi. Forces the arrow in box 3, does it? Okay, so now this needs to sum to... Let's see, these could be 1 and 3, maybe? Okay, so what are these 2 cells? Maybe that's worth pointing out. These are 3, 5, and 7. Did that help? Maybe not. Let's see. That's 3, 5, 7. Do I know this can't be 3, 5 yet? It's not 1, 7. Or do I know it can't be 2, 6? This being either of those probably finishes the puzzle. But I don't think I see it yet, how I know that it's not one of those. Okay, so people are encouraging me to force this arrow. So if this arrow was summing to 5, these would be a 1 and a 3. That would be a 5, and this would be broken. Okay, so the arrow does not sum to 5. If this were a 7, then these would need to be a 1 and a 5. So it would be a 5 there, a 1 there. Puts a 3 there. I don't quite see it yet. Let's see. 1 in box 3 has to go on the arrows. Yeah, if the 1 is over here, let's just double check that. If the 1 is over here, then the minimum these sum to is 3, 5, 7, which is already 15. And then we'd have to add this cell, which is at least 3. So that'd be 18. And the sum of these 2 arrows is not 18. So yeah, so the 1 is forced into one of these 2 cells. So that does give us an X-wing on 1s, ruling 1 out of this cell and placing a 1 here. Good spot to J. So that's the last 1. So this is an even, and it's 4. So that's the last even for this row. So that's odd. That's even. Now that's the 9 that we were looking for. That's not a 9 anymore. It's a 2 or a 4. Okay, this 9 sees across. That's not a 9. Let's see. We did a lot of coloring. You'd think it would have to have helped, right? This is a 3, 5, or 7, which gives us a 3, 5, 7 triple, which places the 9. Alternatively, Sudoku places the 9. Take your pick. Let's see. So 5, 7 pair in column 5. Yep. let's see. Should I look back at this again and try and see exactly why it was broken if this was a 1 and a 5 and a 1? Should have made this a 3, not a 5, I suppose. Or I guess, and this a 3. Yeah, I don't see it. There's a 3 or 5 yet to place up here. Are there any more cells that see every digit of a particular parity? It seems like that might be the good way to finish this up. See, Donatello says this is the other 2-8 even, or it breaks the arrow in box 2. If this is the other 2-8, then this becomes a 6, and this becomes a 2, which creates a problem. Yep, so right. So this can, so I cannot put, this is a really good spot, Donatello. I cannot put another 2-8 here, because then that will make this arrow a 6, which will make that a 2, and that does not work. So that, very nice. That is the other 2-8. That's odd. So this is a 2 or 8. Okay, if this cell is, well, it's certainly not an 8. If this cell is odd, it can only be a 5. Let's see. Harder for me to scan for cells where they can't be any of the odd numbers. I know one of these two is a 7, but that doesn't immediately help me. Let's see. Need one more blue up here. This is so tantalizing. Hey, Stephen Miller, thank you. Donates $20 and says, enjoy these so much. Thank you. I'm glad you enjoy them. I really enjoy doing these with you all, so I greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much, Stephen. This is a 2-4 pair. Okay, so let me fill in the possibilities for this 8 arrow. So the possibilities for this 8 arrow are that that's a 6 and that's a 2. Can't be 1-7, so the other possibility is that it's a 3-5, which maybe could go in either order, actually. It didn't help as much as I fantasized that it would. Couldn't row 2, column 2 be a 3? I don't see why it couldn't be a 3. Did I say it couldn't be a 3? Oh, I think I looked at it. I think I looked at this cell, and I think I was trying to see, like, it's not 1, 9, or 7, or 7 or 9, and I think I therefore concluded that it could only be a 5. I believe Afraid Not is correct. Let's see. This is, well, 3, 5, or 7. 5, these would be double 1. What is left? I suspect it is one more observation of this form of, oh, this digit sees every odd or this digit sees every even, which has been the theme of the puzzle so far. So Yura says we can also figure out, okay, so this cell also can't be a 2 or 8 by similar reasoning. So if this were a 2, 8, it would make this a 6 and this a 4, and that would break. So this cell's not 2 or 8. If this cell is even, it has to be a 4. Oh. No, never mind. Yeah, so I know one of these two cells is always a 4, but I don't think that's exciting. Okay, let's see. Tallcat asks if row 2, column 8 can be a 5. Let's see. If this were a 5, that would be a 3. This would be a 9. This would be a 1. Would be a 7. This being a 1 would make this, say, a 5 or a 7. What happens in column 7? Okay, this is tricksy. Okay, so if this is the 5, that has to be the 5. Still don't see why this is a problem. 1, 3 would look down. Oh, okay. If this is a 5, right. If this is a 5, then this is a 1, 3 is the problem. If this is a 5, this is a 3, that's a 1. That gives us a 1, 3 there. Okay. Yes, I see the problem now. Right. Okay. So this can't be a 5. So that gives us a 1, 3 pair now. Okay, that might do it. That gives us a 1, 3 pair. So these aren't 3. They're a 5, 7. So that is 3. So that's 5. That's 7. That's 3. That's 5. That's 7. That's 3. So that being 3 removes the possibility that this is a 1, which makes that a 1, which makes that a 3 and that a 1. Let's see. Removes the possibility that that's a 3, so that's a 5 or a 7. That gives us a 5, 7 pair in the column here. Makes that a 3, makes that a 6, makes that an 8, makes that a 4. Makes that a 2 and a 4 and a 2 and a 4. Suddenly everything is going better. Okay, so now when I look at this 8 comes over. That's a 2 and an 8 and a 2 and an 8. So this row needs a 2. It has to go there. So that's a 6. So those are both blue. Those are both orange, finishing our coloring. Coloring dance. Coloring dance. Coloring dance. It's like to the tune of the safety dance, you see. But legally distinct. That's a 5. That's a 3. Let's see. So that's not a 3. Okay, I'm certain I did more. Okay, there we go. That 3 sees a... That 3 sees that's a 5, and that's a 3. That 5 sees over. That's a 7, and that's a 5. Let's see. These are a 3 and a 9. That 3 looks over and sees that that's a 9. That's a 3, so that's a 7. That's a 5. That's a 7. That's a 5. It's a 5 and a 7 and a 5 and a 7. Why does it not think I'm done? What did I not do? I really swear I've done everything. Oh, I never filled in the bet cell. It's a 9. Woohoo. There we go. It's like, I keep looking and I'm not seeing any empty cells. There we go. Okay. Yeah, that last step, you really did well at picking a bet cell that would be the last digit we found. In fact, so far the last digit that I almost didn't fill it in at all. Very nice puzzle. I enjoyed that one. It started very easy and then got very not towards the end there. Like it felt like a lot of the logic was at the beginning and sort of set everything up, and then there was a lot of like, okay, you really have to understand how to collapse this quantum waveform at the end there. Um, I was surprised actually. It seemed not to get easier. Like I was expecting like, oh, once we get some coloring done, then it's going to just sort of collapse. But it definitely did not. Like it really was at the very end. I still didn't know until the very last minute whether this was going to be an even or an odd. Uh, Even though I knew it summed to 8 and everything. Yeah, the sometimes at the end the grids will really fight you. That's why Ranks always suggests that if you get a puzzle towards the end and you're struggling, just throw on a single Kropki dot. That is his favorite for ways of sort of resolving puzzles there at the end. You can tell him I said that. Uh, but all right, well, as Tristan, two cell thermos. I feel like you really have to be a chaos demon to put a two cell thermo in your grid. Like two cell thermos are so hideous looking that like putting a two cell thermo is like you don't care. Whereas like a grid, I think most grids would look better with a single black dot or a single white dot in them. Like Kropki are just so pretty. Um, Maybe one cell killer cage. One cell killer cages are the correct way to resolve your puzzle at the end if you're struggling with it. Uh, all right, so I should mention just in case, poor Panthera, as I'm literally wrapping up. Uh, oh, two cell thermos are way worse than little killers for disambiguating for me. I think so. The biggest problem with little killers is actually for me that they shrink the grid, and so if you're going to use a little killer as a disambiguator, then you shrink the grid and make the entire solving process more annoying for the solver because they're looking at a smaller grid just to disambiguate it at the end. But I think little killers can lead to interesting disambiguations. But I think I think Kropki are really my go-to as far as what I like. Uh, I do not like two cell thermos or greater than arrows unless your name is 2 to 10th. If your name is 2 to 10th, and it has to say that on your birth certificate, then a greater than sign is an acceptable way to resolve a puzzle. But otherwise, I would say I really dislike both of them. I really like Andrew's suggestion of resolving it with one cell thermos. I think one cell thermos are a new thing to invent. Uh, So most setters do not put one cell killer cages, but I've seen more than a few one cell killer cages. Uh, and basically it's because they think that aesthetically it will look worse if there is a given digit. Uh, Resolve it with a single earthquake clue. Okay, that's the real chaos demon right there. And instead of resolving it, yeah, with a two cell thermo or whatever, resolve it with a single constraint that has like a 6-page rule book, so that you have to like at the very end figure out what an earthquake clue is. But yes, as Tristan alluded to, we're going on vacation, so we're not going to be here next week. There will be videos for you posted, though, at the usual stream times, plus one bonus video. And when we come back, we're going to be doing our 1,000 subscriber spectacular celebration. We'll have some guests. A lot of people have made puzzles for that. So I encourage you to submit your puzzles if you haven't made them. You still got a little bit of time. Make sure you get them tested first. But then we'll be back, and we'll be right back into streaming. So and debuting memberships and all kinds of good stuff. So should be exciting. You'll probably be able to find me around the Discord in the meantime. So I look forward to seeing you all then, or in the meantime. But we'll be back in just a week. So a week and a day. I don't know. We'll be back soon. We'll put it that way. Yes, that's right. We're going from Tuesday to Tuesday, so we'll be back. Yeah. Anyway, bye bye for now. Thank you all for coming. Thank you so much. And thank you to everyone who donated. We really appreciate the super chats and all the various forms of donation. We really appreciate the subscribers. And also, thank you very much to all of you who support us on Patreon. It really makes a difference. Lets us keep doing this. Helps keep Tristan sane. All right. Talk to you all soon. Bye bye for now.